So
including the
it's like
Senegal.
it's
Yeah.
like this, right?
بص يا عماد، الاتنين اوتو كيو شغالين على فكرة. مش عايز حد يكلمني. ده ده
Good afternoon, colleagues. I now open the joint 7th meeting of the COP27, 7th meeting of the CMP17, and 7th meeting of the CMA4. As we continue the national statements, I would like to remind representatives of the actions in place to ensure effective time management, namely the 3 minutes time limit for national statements. Please be reminded that statements should be as concise and as brief as possible, as full texts of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. Speaking slots for those who are not in the plenary at the time for delivery of their statements will be scheduled to speak at the end of all statements of the same category. Dear colleagues, let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Joaquim Alvaro Pereira, Brazil.
Obrigada. Excellencies, ministers, and heads of delegations, Brazil still has enormous environmental challenges to overcome, as do most of the 194 countries that are signatories to the climate agreement. Illegal deforestation in the Amazon, 100 million Brazilians without access to sewage treatment, and 35 million deprived of drinking water, a very low recycling rate of 3%, and more than 2,600 open air dumps. Since 2019, we've been working together with the private sector to find profitable climate and environmental solutions for companies, people, and nature. We reversed the logic of previous governments, which only acted to fine, reduce, and blame, implementing new policies and programs to encourage, innovate, and incentivize entrepreneurship, creating legal frameworks for a robust green economy with job and income generation for all Brazilians. Here are some good examples. The recent sanitation and waste framework and the following plans and programs: Zero Dump Site, Recycle Plus, Forest Plus, Greener Schools, Zero Methane, Renew Fleet, and Low Carbon Emissions in Agriculture and Livestock. The Cleaner Field Program, an agrochemicals packaging recycling program with a rate of 94%, higher than France and Germany with 70% and USA with 30%, an indicator that demonstrates sustainability in the most regenerative conventional agricultural activity in the world. Our tropical agriculture continues to break production records as a result from modern and efficient techniques that protect the soil and fix carbon from the atmosphere. We also created the regulated carbon credit market in Brazil. The structure brings modern, robust, and innovative elements in the formation of economic instruments that turn possible to monetize environmental assets. Brazil will be a leader in this. Environmental compensation and export carbon credits to polluting companies and countries. We brought here at COP27 the Brazil of green energies, with an 85% clean electric matrix and historic records of installation of wind and solar due to incentive policies put in place in recent years. Our country is an example for the world. With this potential energy surplus, we can produce green hydrogen and ammonia for export. Once again, we are part of the solution from food producing to clean energy regeneration. Given the special interest of Japan, Europe, and the United States in strengthening new sustainable supply chains, Brazil stands out for its broad capacity to generate totally clean and cheap energy, being able to be a supplier of industrial products with one of the smallest carbon footprints in the world. Philanthropists, leaders, businessmen, with their always exaggerated numbers of advisors, came to luxurious Red Sea resorts with private jets to demand emission reduction targets from others, suggesting ultra-modern hydrogen-powered cars or 100% electric, completely disconnected from realities of the world, including regions of Brazil. Governments have the responsibility to act on this agenda with rationality without populist and utopian discourses. A good example is financing fleet renewal of trucks, cars, tractors, and boats. In Brazil, we have more than 900,000 trucks over 25 years of age. Imagine the number of old vehicles around the world. This fleet renewal reduces emissions, improves public health, and creates jobs. We will continue to remember the commitment made by the rich countries to efficiently finance developing countries with relevant volumes to implement mitigation, adaptation, and compensation actions for loss and damage. Unlike previous governments where the focus was sending resources only to NGO in recent years, we have implemented policies together with the private sector to scale a new green economy with a goal of climate neutrality by 2050. As mentioned by Roberto Campos, a former Brazilian minister, the world will not be saved by the charitable, but by the efficient. Brazil believes that the world should move towards a rational environmental policy, towards green economy development and job creation, not through extremely forced reduction emissions via fees and costs to various economic sectors, with the risk of generating green inflation and increasing poverty. Thank you very much.
Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are a fleet in a perfect storm. Energy shortage, a food crisis, and the consequences of climate change being more apparent than ever. The hard truth is that we are heading in the wrong direction. However, the course we must take is well known. It was laid out in the Paris Agreement and underlined last year in the Glasgow Climate Pact. We must scale up renewable energy and energy efficiency measures, phase down coal and other fossil sources of energy, increase finance for climate action and adaptation, and we must urgently address the issue of loss and damage. To make this happen, to get on the right course, we need all hands on deck, and Denmark is fully committed to do our part. Denmark has one of the most ambitious climate laws in the world. We will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions with 70% before 2030. We've taken action in all sectors, including energy, industry, transportation, and agriculture. And we've decided to put a price on carbon by introducing a broad-based carbon tax. Denmark also remains committed to delivering on climate finance. We will continue to support the most vulnerable nations in their green transformation and to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Now allow me to share a few words on behalf of the Faroe Islands and Greenland. The Faroe Islands have adopted a new climate policy with 25 initiatives targeting an ambitious 50% emission reduction over the next 10 years. This with a determination of greening the blue economy as a provider of sustainable marine food products and renewable energy. Greenland is a self-governing Arctic country and part of the Kingdom of Denmark. For the 26th year in a row, the Greenlandic ice cap has shrunk. Instead of passively watching the ice melt, Greenland takes action to create a sustainable future with global impact. Greenland has enormous hydropower potentials that can be used in the transformation from fossil energy to green energy. The government of Greenland has declared that the hydropower potentials are open for international investments as a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate-resilient development. Finally, in conclusion, in a world with many problems, in the middle of what some might call the perfect storm, COP27 is a chance for us to set a new course, one that will take us through the storm stronger than when we started. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Akihiro Nishimura, Minister of the Environment of Japan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First, Japan condemns Russia's aggression against Ukraine and continues to stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Even in today's geopolitical tension, the agreement on climate actions is unwavering. Our efforts towards net zero by 2050 and achieving the 1.5 degree target is crucial. Japan has developed its LTS and NDC, which aligns with Paris Agreement temperature goal. Parties who have not done so, especially major economies, should increase their ambitions. Let us show our will on mitigation in cover decision and mitigation work program. Japan is promoting green transformation for achieving net zero, industrial competitiveness, and economic growth. We will actualize carbon pricing to realize 150 trillion yen of GX investment over 10 years. This fall, we held Tokyo GX Week with ministers in energy and environment from the world. Furthermore, we launched a nationwide action to build a new net zero lifestyle as a demand-side measure. Please be assured that Japan will fulfill its promise to achieve collective goal of $100 billion per year. We will deliver $60 billion, provide $10 billion of additional finance, and double assistance for adaptation. We understand the need for stronger support to adaptation and loss and damage. Today, I announce Japan's assistance package on loss and damage to provide comprehensive assistance. This package includes a new and additional initiative to develop early warning systems in the Asian Pacific region through public-private partnerships. In addition, we are considering our first contribution to the Global Risk Financing Facility to support loss and damage. To promote emission reductions, the key is to mobilize private finance by developing high-integrity carbon markets to support capacity building for Article 6 implementation. Tomorrow, Japan will launch the Article 6 implementation partnerships. The joint crediting mechanism has welcomed 7 new countries and is now counting 24 partners. Furthermore, green finance and transition finance towards a decarbonized society are important. Japan will establish a platform called the Asia Zero Emission Community through energy conservation, renewables, hydrogen, and CCUS technologies. We are determined to cooperate with each country. Let us conclude COP27 successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Penelope Beckles, Minister of Planning and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, I am pleased to present this statement on behalf of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at this critical COP. At the outset, let me say that Trinidad and Tobago for COP25 is vitally important for 3 key reasons. Firstly, we absolutely must make progress in shifting the world onto one 1.5C warning trajectory. Globally, we are already experiencing dangerous climate impacts with a current level of warming at 1.1C. In Trinidad and Tobago, unprecedented rain over the past few months has caused human suffering and damage to infrastructure and property. Secondly, this must be an implementation COP. Even while we enhance our ambition, it is important that we shift into transformational implementation. We must move beyond pledges to action. Trinidad and Tobago is undertaking widespread policy reform to support implementation of the Paris Agreement. Step by step, we are creating the architecture that will guide us towards a just and equitable transition to a low-carbon development pathway. At this time, we are ramping up support for adaptation to protect vulnerable people and ecosystems on the front lines. Thirdly, this COP must send a clear signal to people everywhere, especially the youth whose futures are at stake, that as international community, we are committed to the course we set out in Paris. This is not a time for lowering expectation or for lowest common denominator agreements. COP27 must deliver on the just demand from vulnerable countries for financing arrangements on loss and damage. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to making progress on the climate change agenda. Indeed, as requested by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, committed to a further enhancement of renewable energy capacity to 30% by 2030 as he addressed the Leaders' Summit at COP26 in Glasgow last year. I am pleased to say that this will form the basis of our revised NDC, and the national approval process is expected to be completed shortly. This would allow the submission of Trinidad and Tobago's revised NDC before the end of this year. Trinidad and Tobago is on the verge of tripling its renewable energy capacity by 2030 following the installation of 112 megawatts of utility-scale solar power, the largest in the Caribbean. As a small island developing state with an oil, gas, and petrochemical-based economy, the challenge to transition to low-carbon development will be significant. However, Trinidad and Tobago understands that the transition is an imperative more than a choice, and we are determined to meet that challenge head-on. We are creating the legislative, policy, administrative, and enabling environment to incentivize private sector investment in low-carbon technology. I am pleased to highlight that we are progressing on the establishment of a green hydrogen facility fully financed by the private sector. Moreover, at the national level, we have developed inter alia a national climate policy to guide climate action, which is now being updated to include the provisions of the Paris Agreement and the decisions taken regarding implementation of those provisions, as the national climate agenda is guided by international climate policy. A carbon reduction strategy from which the nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement was derived, and a long-term strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions to 2050. Detailed inventories of greenhouse gas emissions and identified intervention measures to reduce these emissions. A financial measurement, reporting, and verification system for greenhouse gas emissions being managed by the Environment Management Authority. I hope to take a cabinet note to soon formalize this system into a legislative framework to make greenhouse gas reporting and mitigation actions mandatory, and I expect to get the relevant technical drafting instructions from the EMA soon to set this in motion. A just transition of workforce policy to address issues not only related to retooling, reschooling, and reskilling the workforce in preparation for the inevitable energy transition, but to also address the displacement of livelihoods affected by the impacts of climate change. A national adaptation plan which details strategies and actions in relevant vulnerable sectors to increase resiliency and integrate climate change in the national development process. a draft e-mobility policy to catalyze the penetration of electric vehicles in the transportation mix. The finalization of the policy is currently underway after conducting some analysis to determine technical barriers and ways to overcome them. Importantly, we have also conducted gender studies in order to assess how these issues are to be considered and integrated into climate action plans, and we have carried out studies on vulnerability to climate change, including a capacity assessment for climate risks. Finally, plans are also well underway to developing a net zero plan for a second half of this country. Mr. President, a lot has been done, but we admit that we need to go further. We cannot do this alone. We count on the support of the international community to help us to further our national implementation efforts to tackle the climate crisis. In particular, we would welcome proposals from an international platform to assist countries in their just transition planning. We think that such a platform would be a useful forum for sharing experiences and lessons learned on these critical activities. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Maria Eloisa Rojas, Minister of Environment of Chile. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Chile is taking the climate crisis very seriously. For a country with high vulnerability like our own, it's crucial to take urgent action. The IPCC made it very clear. We are in a critical stage, and the decision we take today will determine the future of all humanity. Science says that 2030, in just over 7 years' time, we need to reduce our emissions practically by half. In that context, Chile, together with other countries, progressist countries, are doing our very best, creating management and policy instruments to cut our emissions as called for by science. So now like the hummingbird, whose life is affected by the fires, he does his part. So the Chile too is doing its part. In this spirit of urgency here at COP, we're launching a partnership to raise awareness as to the impact of global warming, in particular when it comes to the alliance of melting ice. That's a key area, we think, for a country with a significant cryosphere, so as we can raise the profile, the critical element of engaging in ambitious policies and aligning our policies in order to keep global warming under 1.5 degrees. Inaction could have disastrous consequences such as rising sea levels, effects which many of the community of nations will be suffering and which are already suffering. Chile, a developing country with a relatively low level of emissions, if we cannot count on collective action and cooperation of all parties, especially those who are developed, the goals of the Paris Accords will be impossible to achieve. This is a key decade when it comes to implementation. We firmly believe that concrete action, effective action must be taken at all levels, subnational levels, in coordination with all sectors to make progress. All those principles are reflected in the Climate Change Framework Law, which is valid from this year on. and makes legally binding our commitment to be carbon neutrality by 2050 at the latest. In this sphere, we note with concern the lack of new ambitious NDCs, given the scale of the crisis we face, and we do very much urge the parties who still haven't revised their NDCs to do so as to close remaining emissions gaps. Transparency, too, seems very relevant in this discussion, recognizing the need for the best decisions are taken with the best information, and also through the a stocktake of progress in order to guide our decisions. Financing, as ever, is central towards making progress, towards meeting our goals, and here I'd like to call on the parties to empathize with all countries that are already facing the adverse impacts of climate change. Mr. President, Chile wants to be part of the solution. That's why it's our hope that at this COP we will achieve far-reaching results in all spheres that we are discussing. I'd like to conclude by saying that Chile is very much committed to protecting nature. We view the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis as a great crisis that needs to be tackled together. Nevertheless, all this is taking place in a social context where we need to make a transition that needs to be fair, where we cannot keep paying the historic costs we've paid, and where the benefits of our transition should also be shared equitably. It's only through policies of social and climate awareness that we'll have sustainable policies. Chile is working in that direction and urges all other countries to rally round in those efforts. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed bin Diana, Minister of Oil and Environment and Special Envoy of Climate Change of Kingdom of Bahrain. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bismillah ar-Rahman.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, we'd like to thank the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting this important conference. The world has moved from proactive preparation to direct confrontation with the challenges of the environment and climate. We have witnessed unprecedented extreme weather events, including droughts, heat waves, torrential rains, and floods. The situation we're in today prompts us to stress that the Kingdom of Bahrain is committed to the provisions of Paris Agreement and the pledges that it made in Glasgow in order to reach net zero by 2060. It is for that purpose that we have set a number of short-term goals to be achieved by 2035. These goals first are a number of national plans and initiatives, including the National Afforestation Plan, which aims to double the number of trees in the Kingdom of Bahrain to nearly 4 million trees by 2035. To this end, we're trying to plant 140 trees annually for the period 2021-2035. We are adopting sustainable agricultural techniques and selecting the types of plants that can adapt to the desert climate. We're choosing also coastal areas that are suitable for farming, and we are using also wastewater to irrigate trees. The Bahraini team was able to complete this goal with the percentage of 100% in 2022. In order to achieve the goals of the National Afforestation Plan, we are trying to double or actually quadruple mangrove trees by 2035, and we have achieved the goal of this year in this regard. It is noteworthy that we were able to plant the biggest nursery of mangrove trees, which includes 1 million seedlings. We also have a national renewable energy plan through which we're trying to cut carbon emissions and invest in renewable energies. We have also increased or actually upgraded our renewable energy goals to be 40% compared to last year. The Kingdom of Bahrain is not a major emitter of CO2. We only emit 0.07% of global emissions. However, we are keenly following the climate measures taken by or actually we are following the emission sources in the kingdom, and we also have identified the emission sources in 9 sources that are responsible for 80% of our emissions, and we are working to cut the emissions in all of these 9 sources. And indeed, we have made remarkable progress in this regard, and we are closer now to achieving the goals that we set in Glasgow. We are also introducing advanced solutions in carbon capture, storage, and sequestration, and also we are making progress in different economic areas, including in the non-oil areas. The Kingdom of Bahrain has also implemented a number of initiatives and projects in order to achieve sustainable development, including a number of eco-friendly projects, the National Investment Plan for Climate Change Adaptation, also sea level monitoring plans, in addition to a number of programs and contests that aim at raising environmental and climate awareness and spurring innovation in combating climate change in the Kingdom of Bahrain. We stress that all possible forms of support should be given to small island developing states and developing states in order to combat climate challenges according to the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. In conclusion, we wish you all success for us and for our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Romina Pourmokhtari, Minister of Climate and the Environment of Sweden. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, 1.5 degrees is not a goal, it is a limit. We have all agreed on this. At COP26, we kept 1.5 alive. COP27 has got to be the opportunity for us to jointly, as a global community, support each other in moving faster together. And Sweden will be a strong partner in this effort. As a young climate and environmental minister, it is clear to me what future I want to experience during my lifetime. A future of resilience and prosperous societies filled with green innovation and a climate transition that offers opportunities to people and societies. A society free from the kind of flooding disasters we have recently seen, such as the one in Pakistan. I have two key messages today: urgency of climate action and the opportunities it brings. The science is clear. We all need to set policies ensuring that we collectively limit temperature increase by cutting emissions by 2030. Sweden aims to be climate neutral by 2045 at the latest, with negative emissions beyond. My challenge to all of you is to get there before us. We need to drastically reduce our emissions of greenhouse gases and phase out fossil fuels. Our way of getting there is by incentivizing the innovative spirit of the Swedish business community. I am proud to see some of them presented here today. Be it in nuclear or renewable energy, energy efficiency, green steel, transportation, or the financial sector, their solutions not only drive climate action in Sweden, but also support transition in countries across the world. Policymakers need to go hand in hand with brave business leaders, demanding customers, and future-oriented investors. In that context, we were disappointed that parties did not agree to put on the agenda how to make financial flows consistent with the goal of the Paris Agreement. It is a missed opportunity that we cannot afford. The transition to net zero brings growth and new jobs, and putting a price on carbon is a key element. If the European Union can, additional parts of the world can as well. My country, Sweden, put a price on carbon in 1991, which is before I was born. Let me point out that combating climate change implies transformative action. It concerns everyone: families, companies, and civil society. The societal change is made possible by policymakers, but made reality by millions upon millions of decisions made by companies in board meetings and families at the kitchen table. The opportunities climate action brings will strengthen societies by making them more sustainable and more prosperous. And I hope to see this spirit of urgency and opportunity also reflected in the COP27 mitigation work program. Securing a space for jointly accelerating climate action in this crucial decade. We suggest the work program reflects and takes stock of the many initiatives many of us are engaged in outside of our progress, as well as progress in implementing the agreed phase down of coal and phase out of fossil fuel subsidies. Accelerating climate action also means delivering on climate adaptation, climate finance and averting, minimizing and addressing loss and damage, and we look forward to contributing to a balanced result across all agenda items. Sweden will continue to be a proud provider of finance for climate action. At last, let me also emphasize the importance of all voices being heard. Ensuring a space for civil society and human rights ensures our commitment to climate action. In order to create an effective and substantial growth in all of our countries, inclusion is a key in creating resilient and prosperous societies to people in all of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Se Samal, Minister of Environment of Cambodia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Cambodia delegation is highly appreciating the Egyptian government and the UNFCCC Secretariat for hosting this 27th UN Climate Change Conference here in this beautiful city of Sharm el-Sheikh. Thanks to peace, political stability, and sustainable economic growth over the last 2 decades, Cambodia is embarking toward a middle-class society. This has opened up new opportunities for Cambodia to address climate change as a responsible member of the international communities. At the same time, we remain highly vulnerable to climate change impacts. Despite being among the lowest emitter of greenhouse gases, Cambodia has consistently done her share to mitigate climate change. Cambodia was the second LDC and the first in ASEAN to submit a long-term strategy for carbon neutrality with a 2050 target. We have also updated our NDC. In the face of climate change impact, we have a strong duty to protect the most vulnerable in our society. We are investing in resilient infrastructures, turning our city into a livable city, ensuring access to basic and affordable services and education, affordable housing, food security, and decent wages. We have allocated 2.3% of our GDP in public resources for climate actions and incorporate more renewable energy in our energy mix. We are adopting a new national energy efficiency policy. We have approved a new pro-environment investment law, and we are greening our financial sector to promote private sector investment in climate responses. However, while we are engaging in this crucial fight against climate change, new challenges have added up in recent years. COVID-19 and geopolitical tension have wreaked havoc in the world, dramatically disrupting global supply chains and food systems. Energy and food shortage are impacting our daily lives. In this complex time, we must not lose sight of the urgent action needed to address the climate crisis, whose impacts are already suffering us with increasing losses and damage every year. Cambodia believes that mitigation ambitions must be further increased and action on adaptation need to be accelerated. The 100 billion per year commitment in climate finance to developed countries has not yet been reached and must be a top priority. At the same time, the structure of global financial flow is inadequate to address the need of most vulnerable countries and communities, and access to financial finance remains too complicated and slow for developing countries. The inclusion of financial for loss and damage in this COP agenda is welcome, and we do hope that rapid progress can be made on this issue to deliver financing on the ground for most affected countries. Mr. President, Excellency, and ladies and gentlemen, as the 2022 ASEAN Chair, Cambodia is initiated ASEAN Green Deal, aiming to guide ASEAN toward a green, low-carbon, and sustainable futures. In addition, as the chair of the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change, Cambodia presents the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change, which has just adopted by the ASEAN leader during the recent ASEAN Summit in Phnom Penh. We look forward to ambitious results for this conference, delivering the mitigations, ambitions, and financial resources needed to effectively protect our economy from the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and very good evening to you all. It is my pleasure to join you all in this historic city of Sharm el-Sheikh. I express my sincere thanks to government and people of the Egypt for hosting this important event, COP27. Excellency, Bangladesh is an innocent victim of climate change as the country contributes less than 0.48% of the global emission. Bangladesh has always been highly susceptible to climate change and climate-induced disaster due to its unique geographical setting. Studies show that about 12 to 17% of the country, an area larger than many small island countries, will be submerged due to sea level rise by this country. However, Bangladesh strives for shifting the country's vulnerability towards resilience. The country has established a national climate finance mechanism, Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund, from its own resource and allocated $490 million that supports more than 850 projects for making the country climate resilient. Apart from this, the climate relevant allocation in our annual development plan has increased by 2.5 times over the last 8 years, from $1.54 billion to more than $3.1 billion for climate adaptation and resilience building through construction of sea dikes, cyclone shelter, development of trees, tolerant varieties, and coastal afforestation and reforestation. As the chair of the CBF till March 2022, Bangladesh played leadership role in bridging the gap among developed and developing countries under their leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina. During our tenure, we prepared a climate prosperity plan to enhance our resilience and promote mitigation action in CBF membership countries. On 31st October 2022, Bangladesh submitted the National Adaptation Plan UNFCCC. In our NAP, we have identified 113 actions from 18 vulnerable sectors. $230 billion will be required to implement those actions during the next 27 years to 2023 to 2050. We need dedicated additional financial resources for the effective implementation of adaptation action identified in the National Adaptation Plan. Excellencies, despite being on the least emitters in the world and even with our limited resources, Bangladesh is pursuing a low-carbon development path with increasing emphasis on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy conservation. Excellency, at COP27, it is essential that we make progress on the following areas. One, addressing the gap that exists between NDCs and emission reduction required by the science to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius target alive, including finalizing the mitigation work program as necessary to reduce global carbon emission by 40% by 2030. Two, ensuring the mobilization and providing each year US dollar 100 billion from this year to 2025, finalizing the definition of climate finance and achieving substantial progress on new collective quantified goal on climate finance for post-2025. 3, request the developing countries to at least double their collective provision of adaptation finance by 2025 as agreed during COP27 in Glasgow, and providing support for the implementation of National Adaptation Plan. 4, establishment of financing mechanism for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. Finally, let us implement the decision of the Paris Agreement and provisions of Glasgow Climate Pacts to fight against the extreme threats of climate change and make the world safer and better place for our future generation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Lucky Hala Medina Estrad, Minister Secretary of Natural Resources and Environment of Honduras. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. We greet the presidency of COP27, official delegations and representatives of all nations of the world. Since the end of the 20th century, there has been a growing consensus that global warming and its consequences represent social and environmental changes whose origin is related to the capitalist production system and extractive models that have resulted in the overexploitation of resources, loss of biodiversity, rising temperatures and sea levels, ocean acidification, deforestation, plastic and chemical pollution. This aggressive model has put the well-being of humanity at risk, directly affecting human health and food security. Given its geographical position, Honduras is highly vulnerable to extreme weather events, which are becoming increasingly frequent and devastating. In 2020, hurricanes Eta and Iota left losses and damages with exorbitant figures that reach 1,765 million lempiras, which corresponds to environmental goods and ecosystem services according to ECLAC data. The country's vulnerability is also related to the current socioeconomic condition we live in, which is the result of the neoliberal model imposed on Honduras, aggravated since the 2009 coup and sustained by the drug dictatorship that for more than a decade tore the country into pieces and distributed it among a few. This distribution granted the management of our watersheds to private interests, allowed the deforestation of 120,000 hectares of forest each year, increased pollution, reduced our valuable fauna, and left the majority in rural areas without their livelihoods to subsist, thus forcing them on the painful path of migration. As a country, we have committed to promoting the recovery of our nation, the restoration of ecosystems, addressing it from a climate justice approach, recovering the use of our soils and building effective resilience. Honduras and the region have alternatives and solutions. We have experts and ancestral knowledge. However, we urge financial support to provide answers and increase socio-environmental resilience. We urge, therefore, that the goals of climate financing, access to technologies, and support for the development of national capacities that allow contributing to global efforts through a just transition in the social and economic sphere be met. Honduras suffers strong impacts from the current production and consumption models, One example of this is the problem of solid waste management and contamination in the binational Matagwe River Basin, which is deteriorating ecosystems, biodiversity, local economy, and public health. But we can achieve local, regional, and global changes through the application of a rights approach, public policies and incentives, economic and non-economical, in the process of increasing the participation and resilience of the most vulnerable communities. At the national level, the Republic of Honduras has considered strengthening and updating the regulatory and institutional framework with a focus on social inclusion to work on reducing its vulnerability to climate change through national determined contributions, the Sustainable Development Goals, and long-term national strategy for decarbonization. Honduras has invested efforts in continuing with the refoundational task of caring for the environment. One of the greatest achievements is the Padre Andrés Tamayo Hydrographic Basin Restoration Program, with its own financing of $33 million per year, which will fulfill the gold sector to recover 1.3 million hectares of forest under the restoration approach in rural landscapes. The reduction of 39% of firewood consumption, and progress in the comprehensive management of solid waste. As a sovereign decision, we declared Honduras a country free of open-pit metal mining to prevent extractivism from continuing to compromise our natural resources and common goods. We remain firm in protecting the Rio Plátano biosphere, the heart of the Mesoamerican biological corridor, a reserve of biodiversity and water for life. Mr. President of COP27, I wish at this moment, as leader of the coalition of 52 countries with tropical forest countries, to call attention to the international community on the non-compliance with payment for forest performance to developing countries, as agreed in the Paris Agreement. As you are aware, to date, the mere $500 million paid to tropical forest countries through the Green Climate Fund has only covered a minuscule fraction of the debt owed to 4 of the 52 countries in our coalition. Therefore, we urge you during your presidency to carry out all the corresponding steps so that the developed countries pay off that debt and we can advance more quickly towards the global goal of climate justice. As a country, we promise to support you in this task. At the international level, in a very short term and complying with the high standards of transparency established by this convention, we announced that we will close this year, 2022, as the only country in the world with sovereign forest carbon credits known as ITMOs, which will be evaluated at starting next January. It is transcendental for the administration of President Xiomara Castro to ensure sustainable development through the implementation of mechanisms and financial incentives for the transformation of our economic model, and to be able to achieve sustainability involving the public and private sectors, society, and the original towns, with sustainable projects aimed at generating green jobs in the protection of forests and indeed all ecosystems. I'd like to take this opportunity to reflect on coherence of all stakeholders. Life begins in the mountains. Let us do justice to those who, with their wisdom, have made it possible for the planet to stay alive. Let us recognize the struggles and dignity of our peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Dixon Panakita Seymour, Minister of Forestry and Research of the Solomon Islands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Excellencies, I am honored to speak on behalf of the government and people of Solomon Islands. I represent a small island developing state in the Blue Pacific Ocean, which has the second highest exposure to disaster risk globally as outlined in the 2021 World Risk Report. The science is unequivocal, and the impacts of climate change are clear across the globe and at unprecedented levels. Last week, a drought caused significant flooding that destroyed homes, food gardens, and transport infrastructure in my country. These realities confront us now and will intensify in scale and frequency if inaction and ambitions remain off target from the 1.5 degrees limit. We are in a constant mode of recovery from weather extremes that are driven by climate change. This is a burden that we are already struggling with, and we cannot afford nor wish to pass on to the next generations. We therefore urge the global community to step up, shift the mode of work to action and implementation. Our goal to remain within 1.5 degrees is reachable if global coal use must fall between 67% and 82% by 2030 and effectively stop by 2050 across all sectors. We call for a phasing out of inefficient fossil fuels subsidies and more investment to accelerate low-carbon development pathways and building climate resilience. Loss and damage is a key priority for my country. We must make a decision to establish a loss and damage fund at COP27 and commit to operationalize the fund by COP28 in 2023. Solomon Islands would want to see the mitigation work program operational as soon as possible and remind parties of the urgency to enhance ambition and action if we are serious about closing the emission gap. Major emitters must take the lead in drastically reducing their emissions. Developed country parties need to fulfill their promise and deliver on the $100 billion goal without any further delay. We need clarity on how and when the doubling of adaptation finance by 2025, as agreed at Glasgow, will be delivered. The Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, and Global Environment Facility can only be relevant to Solomon Islands if they further simplify access procedures and deliver grant-based financing for adaptation that is fit for purpose and impactful right down to the indigenous peoples who have proven to be the most effective guidance of nature and ocean. Climate change is intricately linked to ocean change, and increasing risk presented by it threatens the health and value of our ocean, our economic prosperity, identity, and livelihoods. I therefore urge that ocean be given equal recognition and greater prominence in the UNFCCC. For us, climate change is ocean change. Let us not forget that beyond these walls, millions throughout the world, including our own children we left at home, are eagerly waiting for a positive outcome from some else's sake. Let us put our differences aside and ensure that COP27 is truly where all implementation of the Paris Agreement begins. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andrew R. Yetelman, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Emergency Management of the Federated States of Micronesia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the verge of losing control of the climate system. The planet is warming beyond what the natural system can sustain. It is warming beyond what many humans, especially beyond what all small island states can survive. We hear the phrase climate emergency so often, it has lost significance. It is clear that many who say or hear this phrase do not truly understand what is at risk. All of humanity is at risk. Collective efforts to date to reduce emissions are grossly inadequate, so much so that the planet is starting to warm itself. Scientific projections tell us that the world could surpass the 1.5 degree Celsius limit within a decade or less, which will in turn trigger irreversible tipping points. Simply put, it is getting too hot, and the time for effective action is dwindling. We urgently need climate solutions that can reduce the greatest amount of warming in the shortest amount of time. Time and temperature must guide our investments and drive capital towards solutions that slow warming the most in the near term. We know the solutions. Slash the emissions of short-lived climate pollutants in the near term to buy time for decarbonization in the long term. Undoubtedly, decarbonization is critical for climate stability. However, cutting CO2 on its own doesn't slow warming at all for decades. Small islands carry the greatest burden, but contribute the least to the problem. We will lead by example, but ultimately we need all G20 countries and large emitters, especially the developed countries, to take emergency-level action, for our sake and for yours. These solutions require cooperation. It is time to put aside differences and mistrust. It is time to work as a team. We call on donor countries, multilateral development banks, and other major financing institutions to prioritize fast action on methane and other superpollutants. The international financing institutions must catalyze additional grants, ensure that half of their lending goes to climate, and direct at least half of their funding to cut the short-lived climate pollutants. Because cutting methane is the single biggest and fastest way to slow warming, and we need to put big money behind this strategy. Provided with funding, many partners worldwide are prepared to deploy methane-cutting solutions, many of which bring health, economic, food security co-benefits across all sectors. Fast action on the short-lived pollutants can also avoid escalating loss and damage. By bending the warming curve now with fast action, we can contain loss and damage as we continue to construct the global cooperative solutions to avoid and remedy the impacts developing countries are experiencing now. The Santiago Network on Loss and Damage must become a powerful, trustworthy institution that offers emergency response in the form of financial resources, technology, and capacity. It is the life or death response of an emergency room for critical circumstances, and it is founded on the very principles of equity and fairness contained in the Convention. It will be exponentially more costly to delay investments, pushing the world further out of control. Developed countries must be decisive in delivering their finance promises, especially to the most vulnerable. We call on all lending countries and institutions to put in place debt for climate initiatives that reduce the debt burden and channel funding where it is needed most. In addition, here at COP27, we urge donor countries to make meaningful progress on the new collective quantified climate finance goal. Island nations are stewards of the world's oceans and have been for thousands of years. As such, we are the ocean's voice, speaking for ecosystems and aquatic life that cannot defend itself. The ocean provides, and yet it is not protected. Urgent action must be taken to solve the ocean crisis. Support for the oceans should be prioritized this coming decade, including increasing the role of the ocean as a carbon sink, prudent and equitable approaches to blue carbon, and leveraging the indigenous knowledge of ocean-based countries to increase and upscale action globally. We look forward to strong decisions here at COP27 that equitably and meaningfully advance climate solutions to preserve the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature limit. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Irina Vujovic, Minister of Environmental Protection of Serbia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, first and foremost, allow me to extend a heartfelt congratulations to the government of Egypt for organizing an excellent conference, despite the challenges we all face today worldwide. We are all aware of the fact that the mean global temperature increased by 1.1 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrial level. However, the average temperature increase in the Republic of Serbia has already reached 1.8 degrees. Hence, the minimum material damage in Serbia in the period from 2000 to 2020 is estimated to have exceeded 6.8 billion euros. More than 70% of the damage was caused by droughts and high temperatures due to climate change and extreme weather events. We take seriously our task to prepare the Republic of Serbia for all challenges and concurrently contribute to the global fight against climate change. Therefore, I'm especially pleased to be able to announce that this year in August, the Republic of Serbia submitted to the UNFCCC Secretariat its revised nationally determined contribution, thus confirming not only our commitment to curbing the greenhouse gas emissions, but also pledging to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 33.3% by 2030 and raising our climate ambition by more than 3 times compared to our first NDC. Our vision is prosperous and climate-resilient Serbia. This vision forms the backbone of our future low-carbon development strategy, thus paving our way towards decarbonization for the whole society. The future strategy will lay the foundations for Serbia with cleaner, reliable and renewable energy sources and increased energy efficiency and ensure resilient, protected forest and nature, including the integration of nature-based innovative solutions. In line with our vision, we are also intensively working on our first climate change adaptation program, which will strengthen the Republic of Serbia in terms of climate risk and its assessment as well as adaptation to climate change. This program will improve measures in the most vulnerable sectors such as agriculture, water management, forestry, and human health. As reliable partners, we are committed not only to the Paris Agreement, but also to join the European Union. As the largest economy in the Western Balkans, we confirmed our commitment to achieving EU Green Deal targets by signing the Sofia Declaration on the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans. We must not forget the transition to a low-carbon society must be just and fair, leaving no one behind. Our need to act is supported by the estimation that the cost of inaction would amount to 53 billion euros, which is more expensive than our long-term low-carbon transformations. Dear ministers, respected delegates, I invite you to work jointly for the well-being of current and future generations. That is why we need to show solidarity. The Sharm el-Sheikh conference represents a key chance to adopt the decisions that will much influence the framework of actions as regards the most important aspect of our life, the preservation of our common home, the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. John M. Selg, Minister of Natural Resources and Commerce of Marshall Islands.
Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you. Mr. President, colleague ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the Republic of the Marshall Islands. In the Republic of the Marshall Islands, our ancestors sailed the mighty Pacific Ocean with unparalleled knowledge of the ocean currents, crossing huge distances to settle on our atolls. Remote as we may appear on the map, we are not far from the tides of history. Though history has not been kind to us, it has taught us that we are all deeply interconnected. Every inch of our islands was fought over bitterly in the last century. Our nation became the testing ground on the most destructive weapons ever known to man. And today, the world's biggest emitters watch as the rising seas threaten every inch of our livable territory while building islands, new islands, for themselves to prepare for the next war. We have been resilient in the face of colonialism, war, and nuclear testing. Today, the continued extraction of fossil fuels is unleashing the next onslaught on our islands. We will face this with resilience again. And this time, we ask that we do it together. We don't have the capacity or the finances to do it ourselves. Actions have consequences on all of us. We see the floods, fire, and famine that unchecked emissions have brought. In the Pacific, the ocean is rising and submerging our homes. And it is submerging the radioactive waste left behind from decades of nuclear testing, now at risk of flowing into that interconnected ocean. The loss and damage climate change impacts happening right now, the world over, is escalating faster and faster. Let me be clear. We don't want loss and damage funding. We didn't want adaptation funding. We need it now because the mitigation efforts we have been asking for decades have not been made. We now have a space to discuss these funding arrangements. We cannot afford further delay. It is time for a new fit-for-purpose fund that provides finance as the tolls of this crisis grows higher. Until emissions are reduced to zero, the global temperatures will continue to rise, and major emitters, you will continue to rake up a moral and financial debt to us. We want that debt to be as small as possible, for we would rather keep our homes than be forced to come to yours. And while we atoll nations face a threat at a scale and speed that few others do, nowhere on earth will all be safe if we fail to stay within 1.6 Celsius by peaking global emissions by 2025. It will not be safe if we fail to invest in resilience, starting with doubling of adaptation finance and a show of solidarity in Glasgow that brought us here today. But it is far from what is needed. The climate finance needed is in the trillions, and yet we live in a world in which there are individuals that owe more personal wealth than the annual commitment of climate finance promised by developed nations to those of us in need. 100 billion, a promise that remains unfulfilled. Billionaires dream of going to Mars, but for us in the Marshall Islands, our dream is simple: to preserve a piece of the earth for our children and their children. Mr. President, fellow ministers, the task we face could not be greater. And to win, we need everyone at the table. The exclusion of Taiwan from this process, when the people of that nation are as much at risk as we all are in the face of climate change, is unacceptable. Human rights, the right to live, the right to self-determination, are at risk due to climate change. And as ambitious countries, we are grateful to our youth, to our civil society, who have raised their voices for the cost of justice and rights. We must remember that human rights are a core part of our consideration here and should be respected. Fellow ministers, we have solutions. We must implement them. Renewables have never been easier, cheaper, and more lasting energy choice to make. In 2018, my country launched the RMI Electricity Roadmap that lays out and illustrates the pathway for us to achieve our national determined contributions. And again, we seek your partnership and collaboration in meeting our NTCs. We have the potential to draw down emissions in high-emitting sectors quickly. In maritime shipping, for example, we can reduce zero emissions by 2050. As one of the largest shipping registries in the world, we are calling for a carbon levy in the IMO, ranging from 100 per ton, that would actually give companies a reason to decarbonize and provide a source of revenue for developing nations. Mr. President, ministers, we cannot escape the drop of water melting glaciers or the salt that seeps into our wells as king tides invade our wells. In this interconnected world, I ask you to stand in solidarity with us and to take the difficult and bold decisions that this moment in our history demands. And finally, Mr. President, all we have as a people in the Marshall Islands, we have received as a sacred trust, which we have pledged ourselves through our Constitution to safeguard and maintain, valuing nothing more dearly to us than our rightful place at home on these islands. And we extend to all other peoples around the world what we profoundly seek from them: peace, friendship, mutual understanding, and respect for our common humanity. All we ask from each of us as a people, Mr. President, all we ask from the Marshall Islands is a piece of the earth for our children and their children to call home. Thank you, Komolada. God bless.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Tesfaye Gebrselassie Sebatu, Minister of Land, Water and Environment of Eritrea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable ministers, distinguished participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Mr. President, COP27 is taking place 30 years after the Rio Earth Summit that culminated in the 3 significant conventions with a commonly shared objective to protect our planet Earth and the integrity of its delicate ecosystem against the damage wrought by human activities. To us, the said conventions represent humanity's solemn vow to reconcile with its conscience and with nature, and through sincere partnership to deal with all forms of past and ongoing injustices and excesses. Notwithstanding the optimism-inspiring objectives and many promises made in subsequent conference of parties, it is distressing and dismal, to say the least, that actions taken so far have not been commensurate with the gravity of the existential threat that the world is facing due to global warming and overall environmental degradation. IPCC's recent assessment reports are worrying. They indicate the cumulative emission reduction pledges and other mitigation measures fall far short to hold average global temperature increase at 1.5 degrees centigrade, a target for which, among other things, the Paris Agreement has been much acclaimed. As climate tipping points are crossed every year, raging cyclones, torrential tropical rains, and melting glaciers and polar ice that loosen deadly floods, droughts that destroy crops, sea level rise, wildfires that devastate forests, and biodiversity losses have already become common occurrences. And attendant human sufferings and damages, as we are witnessing, are getting ever unbearable, colossal, and catastrophic. Yet, as repeatedly stated, science has shown us not only how the world got into the present crisis, but also the way out. Mr. President, Eritrea's emission has ever been very negligible, and because of our geographic position and lack of adaptive capacity, we have been among the countries most impacted by climate change. But cognizant of the fact that the fight against global warming and environmental degradation is about doing everything what it takes to save our irreplaceable planet and life, in all conscience, my delegation strongly believes that every party has a role to play, however differentiated it may be, to win the fight. In this regard, as can be expected, we have been focusing on nature-based activities that enhance resilience and adaptive capacities of our communities. In an effort to solve energy poverty and reduce dependence on biomass and fossil fuel, we have just started to implement modest solar energy projects, and we have seen for ourselves that it works, but still a lot remains to be done and to be achieved. As per the outstanding call for parties to come up with more ambitious climate action plan, we will soon declare our revised NDC. Of course, bilateral and multilateral financial capacity building support will be key to overcome impasses for its expedited and enhanced implementation. Mr. President, at present, the world is facing many challenges. However, the global warming is the most overwhelming, with far-reaching consequences both for now and posterity. In the face of this reality, backsliding from climate action commitments and unfulfilled promises should not be permissible. Therefore, Eritrea delegation joins with the voices of developing countries, particularly African and the least developed countries, that strongly call for immediate and drastic emission reduction of greenhouse gases to be made, particularly by the G20 countries, doubling provision of adaptation fund by 2025 compared to that of 2019, adoption of finance and operational modalities and structures to address loss and damage inflicted by climate change, enhanced concessional and grant financial support for just energy transition investment for renewable energy and low-carbon program and projects at scale for energy-poor countries to enhance energy access. In conclusion, Mr. President, I recall that history is a testimony to the fact that people, when left to their devices, often tend to evade common obligation in order to promote their narrow interests. This and the absence of accountability mechanism have been a major problem that undermines trust and confidence in international systems and the whole process of climate negotiation. Therefore, the historical relevance of Sharm el-Sheikh will depend on it being able to rebuild trust and revive lost hopes by taking us together from pledges and promises to implementation. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Francisca Enimi Ifwa, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, Forests, Environment of Equatorial Guinea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to take the floor in this summit of global leaders on climate change on behalf of and representing the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, and on behalf of the people of Equatorial Guinea and myself. I wish to express my gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, for hosting us in this summit. Your Excellencies, climate change is a global issue that requires the cooperation of all nations. Time is running out, and instead of shifting away from fossil fuels and focusing on clean energies, many countries are continuing to invest in gas and petrol and oil. They are not reducing their emissions at the necessary speed, and they are bargaining with the developing countries regarding assistance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the levels of emissions of our country are practically insignificant. However, during the summit climate in Paris, our country committed through our nationally determined contributions to reduce our emissions by 20% by 2030. And the target was to achieve 50% by 2050. At COP25, which was held in Madrid, the mandate was to scale up the ambition of our nationally determined contributions, and in so doing, Equatorial Guinea worked on updating its NDC, and we increased our ambition by reducing emissions by 35%. Our ambition is to reduce it by 35% by 2030, and of course the target is to achieve 50% by 2050. Our country, like other vulnerable countries, have been undergoing the exacerbated impacts of climate change over the past 20 years. Equatorial Guinea, over the past 10 years, has been working to achieve this newly set ambition, taking into account that the level of reducing emission, we have shifted from producing 100% of our energy from fossil fuels to producing 40% of our energy from renewable energies, in most of it from hydroelectric resources. We developed a national strategy for reducing emissions caused by deforestation and forest degradation, REDD+, with our corresponding national investment plan. With respect to adaptation, we have been undertaking a vast river training program to avert flooding, as well as building dikes and breakwaters in the country, in the coastal cities, to slow the growing invasion of seawater. The Glass-Blow objective was to achieve zero emissions through our development strategy. And my country believes that to make this real, we will need the effort and the commitment of developed countries in climate financing. My country is part of the community of countries of the Congo Basin, the second green lung to tackle climate change. And for this reason, it is a common sub-regional interest for us to develop adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage actions, as well as to develop ongoing training programs for national experts to improve the way in which we devise our projects to be able to access climate financing. Your Excellencies, I'll close by pointing to the importance of Congo Basin countries to address the needs of their forests to protect our development. However, this region is not receiving the support that it deserves as a second green lung and a regulator of climate change. It is only fitting that we all reflect on how we can actually achieve net zero emissions when this region is not even receiving the same opportunities to protect itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change of Canada. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'm very pleased to be here with you here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Last September, Atlantic Canada was battered by Hurricane Fiona. Lives were lost, houses destroyed, and coasts gravely eroded. Canada's experience is clearly not an isolated one. There are other major challenges that our world faces: the illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine, energy and food security, and inflation. However, the cost of climate inaction is much higher than that of action.
We are at an historic turning point. Canada advocates for loss and damage to be addressed at this COP. We must build together a robust solution that addresses gaps in the existing architecture and employs a full range of sources of finance. The magnitude of the challenge requires that all options be put on the table. We are putting some pieces into place on an early warning system, insurance, and technical assistance. But we know that these actions alone are not sufficient. They are a down payment to demonstrate our commitment. We need to act with urgency, but also purpose, and avoid rushing headlong into solutions. Success at this COP also requires us to build from the foundation made in Glasgow. We must keep 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. À cette fin,
to that end, I urge you to meet the global challenge on carbon pricing launched by Prime Minister Trudeau in Glasgow. Cooperate with us to reduce methane emissions and accelerate the elimination of carbon-based energy. Let's take inspiration from the most vulnerable nations and communities. Let's give them the means to act and include them in discussions. These are Indigenous peoples, women, marginalized groups who are in the front line when it comes to climate change. Together, we have committed to mobilizing $100 billion for financing climate action between now and 2023. Canada is honoring its commitment of $5.3 billion in financing the struggle against climate change. Protection of nature and biodiversity must remain at the heart of our global action. That's why in December, Canada will be hosting the whole world in Montreal at the UN Convention on Biodiversity. Canada is ready, motivated, and firmly committed to further cooperation and climate action and the protection of nature. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Cavidas Romano, Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change of Mauritius. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, at the outset, let me express my sincere thanks to the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting this crucial event. We are in the second week of this COP. important papers have been tabled and various positions have been established. At the outset, Mauritius associates itself with the positions adopted by the Group of 77 and China, the African Group of Negotiators, and the Alliance of Small Island Developing States. The United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction reports that over the period running from 2009 to 2019, the number of climate-related natural disasters doubled compared with the two preceding decades, causing 1.23 million victims and costing more than $3,000 billion across the world. The annual commitment of $100 billion, which was undertaken in 2009 by developed countries, has not been upheld, and it may prove to be too little too late. The urgency of the situation cannot be overlooked. We are indubitably in a state of climate emergency, especially for small island development states where we're short on time to react and to build resilience. It is evident that current efforts and the initiatives that have been announced are insufficient if we are to maintain the threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. This point is a question of survival for us, and it cannot be compromised on. Mr. President, Mauritius is on the front line of those suffering the impacts of climate change. Decades of hard-won development are now under threat, and I must underscore the fact that all our climate indicators are in the red. The temperature increase in Mauritius is 1.39 degrees Celsius, and rising sea levels is at the rate of 5.6 millimeters annually and even 9 millimeters annually for Rodriguez Island. These figures are higher than the global average. A reduction in annual rainfall of 8% over the past 50 years has been observed, which is having a direct impact on our agriculture. Our beaches have eroded at a rate of 20 meters over the first decade in certain regions. Our tourism sector is under heavy impact. Given these unimpeachable facts, Mauritius committed to strengthening its resilience and its capacity to adapt. We are therefore contributing to the global effort to slow climate change, and we are taking a path of low carbon emissions, and we remain determined to ensure that there is a just human-centered transition, and our vision is to reconcile our efforts to make Mauritius resilient and carbon neutral by 2070. We want to achieve the SDGs. Our priority remains adaptation, but we are doing more than our fair share to contribute to the global mitigation goal. Despite a difficult economic context, we have taken the ambitious undertaking in our NDC to reduce by 40% our greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. We are therefore committed to gradually eliminating coal from our energy production model and to increase the share of renewable energies by 60% by 2030. The support of our development partners will be indispensable if we are to achieve these goals that have been established in our nationally determined contributions. Mr. President, I make a strident call to all stakeholders, especially developed countries, to recognize the unique features and vulnerabilities of small island developing states and Africa. It is now up to the developed countries to take urgent action to significantly reduce their own emissions so as to maintain global warming under the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. In addition to that, if there's to be an equitable transition, we must have doable, urgent decisions. We must have urgent decisions that are feasible, and these must be decisions on financing, adaptation, and mitigation. And we must ensure that the financing is adequate, accessible, and predictable. These mechanisms must recognize the unique features of each developing country in formulating their own innovative financing instruments such as the climate debt swaps swaps, green bonds, and blue bonds. Mr. President, we are hoping that we will arrive at a consensus on a financing mechanism for loss and damage, as well as finance flows that respect the vulnerability of countries by the end of this week. Mr. President, Excellencies, on this note, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Franz Stettenbach, Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to thank the Egyptian government for hosting this conference. I'm grateful to the UN Secretary General, the Executive Secretary of the Convention, to the senior representatives of the states and technical teams, representatives of indigenous peoples that are represented here. I want to start by quoting the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Rodrigo Chavez, who said that a vision without action is hallucination. This is the time to implement and step up the change required. Reduce emissions so as not to exceed 1.5 degrees. For financing adaptation and developing financial mechanisms to respond effectively and adequately to the catastrophic loss and damage resulting from extreme climate events. Costa Rica is located in Central America, one of the regions most vulnerable to climate change. Nevertheless, our early and effective action against deforestation and our national emergency system allowed us to mitigate much of the impacts and also human losses. In a single generation, we've managed to address problems of deforestation and expand the coverage of our forest mass without sacrificing food production. At the same time, we regenerated also our forests, and we generated agricultural production. Costa Rica has an agro-landscape which produces agricultural goods and ecosystem services with zero deforestation and net zero emissions. We've managed to decouple agricultural production from deforestation through an ambitious protected areas program, known as well as a mechanism of payment for environmental services to owners and traditional communities who are the guardians of the forest. Today, we are at COP27 on climate change. However, I want to take this opportunity to highlight the importance of coordinating work under the 3 Rio Conventions. For my country, it's crucial to achieve a far-reaching result both as well at the COP on the CBD, which will be held in Montreal next month. As part of our international commitments, Costa Rica co-chairs the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and Persons, together with France and the UK, which brings together more than 110 countries who promote the conservation of 30% of lands and oceans of the world between now and 2030. This is the minimum scientifically required measure, and it's also stipulated in the most recent IPCC report to stop loss of biodiversity and tackle climate change and desertification. My country is the first in Latin America to successfully complete all the necessary steps to receive funds for reducing carbon emissions through the conservation of forests through the REDD+ program. We can say with pride that our history of conservation and combating climate change started many years ago and is getting stronger every day. Costa Rica would also like to recognize the efforts of the UK and the co-chairs of Ghana and the US in establishing the Partnership of Climate and Forest Leaders, the FCLP in English, which Costa Rica fully supports. We think it's highly important to incorporate forests and the use of land under innovative cooperation mechanisms, which include different stakeholders. Costa Rica is implementing has for many years produced all our electricity using low-emission renewables. We've now almost reached the level of 100% of zero-emissions electricity. My country has renewable energy resources necessary to duplicate its electric production without emissions and advance in the last stage of carbon neutrality, which would see the electrification of all transport. Finally, I call on all parties and sectors here to honour and deliver on their financing commitments, to step up their mitigation adaptation action, and to implement the much-needed reforms to stop climate change that is bringing the world to a tipping point. Costa Rica is doing its utmost, but these global problems, which require global cooperation, including South-South and triangular cooperation, and they require collective commitment from one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Matthew Zamora, Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth, of Job Creation with the responsibility for water, environmental and climate change of Jamaica. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
I am pleased to present Jamaica's views to the high-level segment of the 27th Conference of the Parties to the UNFCCC. Jamaica thanks the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for their efforts in hosting COP27. We acknowledge the COP President, Dr. Sameh Shoukry, as it is under his mandate we hope to truly be together for implementation. This is a theme Jamaica endorses. Mr. President, it reflects two key sub-themes. The first is together. The climate change emergency cannot be tackled by a single country, but by every nation playing their role within their respective capabilities. The second is implementation. Again, because it is in implementation, those commitments and ambitious plans that we begin to shift the needle. Mr. President, this year has been another unprecedented one. People continue to grapple with multiple hazards, further straining on already fragile economies and the natural resources on which we rely. The impact on lives around the world has been devastating. Our Caribbean brothers and sisters in Belize and St. Lucia have faced devastation in the last 10 days. In Jamaica, there is a popular saying, "No problem, man." But this does not apply to the current crisis. It may be more accurate to say more problem, man, because the impacts of climate change already being experienced and those to come have not been adequately addressed. Loss and damage has not been given its due attention and support. Jamaica is calling for action. Mr. President, Excellencies, the global financial architecture and mechanisms must change. Sadly, there are still issues of access that must be rectified and made simpler. Small island states have been voicing concerns as well about the growing dissonance in establishing a loss and damage funding arrangement. We unreservedly join with other developing countries in calling for a loss and damage fund that help countries address the inevitable impacts. Mr. President, Jamaica has not sat idly by since COP26. The country has advanced a holistic national disaster risk financing strategy. We have a catastrophe bond in place to provide significant financial protection against named storms up until the end of 2023. Jamaica, along with partners, launched the Jamaica Systemic Risk Assessment Tool to increase climate change considerations in investment and risk assessment. We are preparing a national adaptation plan accompanied by a financial strategy and investment plan. A national 3 million tree planting program is already underway. We can report that more than 2.4 million trees have since been planted, a result of stakeholders working together for implementation. We have launched an EV policy and reduced taxes to make the transition more competitive. We have reduced taxes for solar panels making the option more appealing. Jamaica has already and always supported the multilateral system, as it gives us a seat at the table. We have also been active in engaging multilateral partnerships, including the UN CDF local program, the High Ambition Coalition, and the NDC partnership. In our role as NDC partnership co-chairs, we oversaw the launch of the NDC's partnership finance strategy to mobilize international finance for NDC action this year. In closing, I wish to quote the UN Secretary General: "We are in the fight of our lives, and we are losing. We have to wave a red flag. We are failing to live up to the urgency required to deal with climate change." Finally, let me once again extend Jamaica's gratitude to the government of the people of the Arab Republic of Egypt and wish for a successful outcome for COP27. I invite colleagues to read the full, longer statement online and close with the fact that Jamaica repeats its call that climate action is indeed needed now. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Wah-Jin Han, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, unprecedented scale of climate disasters are giving us dire warnings. Latest IPCC report also warned that global temperature rise could reach 1.5 degrees Celsius as early as 2040. We are at a critical juncture, and at this COP, we must produce a meaningful outcome that could move us forward. The Egyptian presidency and UNFCCC Secretariat have been making devoted efforts for the success of this COP, and let me pay sincere tribute to their dedication. With the completion of the rulebook last year, we are all set and ready to put the Paris Agreement into action. The next 10 years must be the critical decade for tackling climate change. To that end, this COP27 should be the starting point for stronger collaboration and solidarity among us. Korea is fully committed to this global climate action with its carbon-neutral green growth policies. This year, we launched the second-term Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth, a public-private governance that oversees Korea's climate policies. The Commission plays a central role in establishing sectoral and annual roadmaps to achieve our 2030 NDC target. These roadmaps will be the basis of Korea's 20-year national plan for carbon neutrality and green growth, soon to be established. We will also work towards a balanced energy mix by using both nuclear power and the renewables, and introduce new energy sources such as hydrogen and ammonia. Emissions trading scheme will be upgraded further for market-based, cost-effective mitigation, along with the Korean green taxonomy that will promote green investments. We also introduced the Climate Impact Assessment and Climate Responsive Budgeting Program so that our national planning and fiscal system are better aligned to our neutral vision. Excellencies, we learned from the recent mega floods and superstorms that adaptation also requires urgent global attention. Korea started its adaptation action by establishing its National Adaptation Plan in 2011. After successfully hosting the first Global Adaptation Week in 2019, the largest event of its kind, Korea is preparing for the second Adaptation Week in Songdo, Incheon, August next year. The event will bring together all countries at different development stages and open up constructive discussions on adaptation finance, technology support, and capacity building. We will share our experiences in adaptation action with the rest of the world. Korea will scale up its green ODA to above the OECD average level by 2025 to support developing countries' low carbon transition and share innovative green technologies with the world, as Korea President Yoon Suk-yeol addressed UN General Assembly last September. Our ODA projects will take a country-driven approach to meet the needs of each individual developing country. Excellencies, last year, countries came forward with more ambitious NDCs, and we saw global solidarity building up to achieve 1.5-degree goal. We must not lose this momentum. Not much time is left until 2030, so we should turn those pledges into bold action immediately. Korea stands ready to work with the international community in this common endeavor for stronger climate action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Stefano Canti, Minister of Territory and Environment, Agriculture, Civil Protection, and Relations with the Public Works State Corporation of San Marino. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me express my sincere gratitude to the government and people of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the excellent organization of this conference of the parties. Dear delegates, we are witnessing hard times. It is undeniable that instead of going forward, we are unfortunately going backwards. Our societies are proving the capable or unwilling to find real solution to climate change. It is true that several international crises have challenged an effort in this regard, from COVID-19 to the conflict, just to name a few. Yes, keeping a 1.5 degrees all alive and within reach sometimes seem an impossible goal, but it has never been more important. It truly must become a national priority for all of us, none excluded. In the last years, San Marino desired to become the open-air laboratory for innovation in order to attract new projects to tackle climate change on a small scale. We call UN again on honor small states and parties to join effort to implement common initiative to the world on the world beyond their reach. My country also desired to focus on sustainable housing. We are proud to recall that last October the Republic of San Marino hosted the 83rd meeting of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, Committee on Urban Development, Housing and the Territorial Development. We are even more proud to announce that meeting resulting in the San Marino Declaration, document enshrining valuable principles for more sustainable, fair, and inclusive urbanization. With the winnable support of United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, attaining forest and being planted in San Marino. It might see little effort, but in a small territory, every little step is meaningful in order to help meeting the negative impact of climate change, as we ask to continue the transition toward resolution energy and more sustainable business model. Dear friends and colleagues, in times like this, we must work together to find solutions that will help overcome global climate change. We owe it to future generations, but also to ourselves as leaders, to the memory and to we want to be remembered for. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Mr. Ruth Nankambirwa Setenawu, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by congratulating the Arab Republic of Egypt under the leadership of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and His Excellency Sameh Shoukry, the COP27 President, for championing an agenda that is focused on implementation of our climate action commitments, and I hereby pledge our full support for your leadership. While the rest of the world is witnessing record-breaking extreme weather, Africa in the last 21 months had more than 52 million people directly affected by droughts and floods. In Uganda, in addition to the loss and damage associated with these impacts, a new dimension to the climate change problem is taking root, and this is the involuntary climate-induced human mobility. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Arab Republic of Egypt and the Republic of Senegal for showing solidarity with 12 countries of the East Africa and the Horn of African countries in galvanizing international efforts to address this problem through the signing of the Kampala Declaration on Migration, Environment, and Climate Change, which took place in July this year. The Kampala Declaration calls for increased international cooperation using a common approach to addressing this issue. Climate-induced migration requires urgent action now to minimize involuntary mobility outside the areas directly affected by climate change disasters. Uganda updated her NDC to a more ambitious target of attaining 24.7% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. An estimated cost of $28.1 billion is required to implement our mitigation and adaptation actions. And owing to the relatively small size of our economy, Uganda can mobilize only up to 15% of the resources required locally. I therefore call upon the international community to bridge the gap. Uganda welcomes innovative financing mechanisms for addressing climate change. However, we should emphasize that climate action must not lead to an increase in the already unsustainable levels of debt of the least developed countries who have historically contributed less to this climate emergency. Uganda calls for the climate finance to reach the lowest levels where it is needed most. Recent research has revealed that only 10% of the climate finance reaches the local level, and this is unacceptable. Uganda is one of the 6 countries piloting an LDC initiative for effective adaptation and resilience to increase the amount of resources allotted to local level climate action to 70%. Uganda welcomes the recognition by Glasgow Climate Pact of multiple forms and stages of just transition. We will continue engaging developing country partners for finance, capacity building, and technology support for a smooth transition. This will involve exploitation of our rich natural resource base to acquire the means of transitioning to clean energy, as well as pursuing sustainable development. The whole of Africa, and indeed the entire world, is heavy with expectations that COP27 builds on the gains made at COP26 in Glasgow to advance action on tackling the climate emergence. We also hope that COP27 becomes an opportunity to advance consensus on the establishment of funding arrangements to address loss and damage with transparent, predictable resources, which would be separate from adaptation finances. I would like to appeal to all parties to make good all earlier commitments and pledges and not to renege on them, as the case is with the funding of the Gender Action Plan. Thank you so much. I wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Prem Narayan Kandel, Secretary of State, Ministry of Forests and Environment of Nepal. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, at the outset, on behalf of the delegation of Nepal, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the government of Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting COP27 in this beautiful Sharm el-Sheikh city. At the Climate COP21, heads of the state set a target to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees and keep the temperature below 2 degrees Celsius in this century. However, the recent emission gap reports reveal that there has been inadequate progress in reducing the temperature level and the emission. Therefore, we anticipate that COP27 would focus to review commitment and renew solidarity to deliver on the landmark Paris Agreement. Nepal, being a landlocked mountain country with fragile topography, is facing the negative impact of climate change despite its negligible contribution to greenhouse gas emission. As we know that mountains are the water tower providing ecosystem service and climate regulation extend far beyond their geographical boundaries. However, mountains are fragile ecosystem. The climate crisis is making it even more fragile than before. Due to extreme climate event, Nepal is facing climate-induced disaster in different forms and extent, causing huge losses to the economy, ecosystem, and humanity. Melting snow and ice from the mountain contribute to sea level rise, and these two regions are interconnected, but mountains have yet to receive the same level of attention. Excellencies, Nepal has raised high climate ambition in its updated NDC to reach net zero emission by 2045, which is very earlier than the national target. It is the leader for effective implementation of local lead adaptation through participation of local stakeholders. We have already achieved to reverse the deforestation and maintain 45% forest cover. All climate change and sustainable development related policies are in place. Our development model is green, resilient, and inclusive. With abundant water, forest, and biodiversity resources, Nepal can contribute to sharing clean, green, and nature-based climate solutions in the region. However, to translate all those ambitions and plan into action, we need huge resources, technology, and capacity. I urge developed countries to ensure adequate technical and financial support to the economically and environmentally vulnerable countries like Nepal. Mr. President, we do not have gap in climate target and commitment, but implementation is lacking. As a result, emission gap increased and window of limiting temperature is almost closing. We urge developed and economically emerging countries to set more ambitious targets through updating their nationally determined contribution. Before I conclude, I would like to request the global community to include a mountain agenda in the climate COP negotiation process to save majestic mountain for the planet and humanity. Financial facility on loss and damage is our bottom line. Reflecting on urgent need for action to tackle climate crisis, we have a unique opportunity to make COP27 another milestone to hand over a better planet for the next generation. Nepal is firmly committed to be a part of these endeavors and looks forward to an enhanced level of cooperation. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ruslan Elderherif, Advisor to the President and Special Presidential Representative on Climate Issues of the Russian Federation. Sir, you have the floor.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank and congratulate the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the excellent organization of the 27th session of the COP and commend their hospitality and efforts to ensure a successful conference. The world has changed dramatically since Glasgow. We are moving further away from meeting the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. We're stymied by disagreements on key issues on the climate agenda. At the same time, we see the imposition of artificial restrictions that are degrading the quality and dramatically increasing the cost of living in many countries. The global energy crisis, which began in 2021 following the COVID pandemic, threatens to stall the global energy transition and impede the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Rising inflation and sovereign debt pose additional challenges for developing countries and make it more important than ever to scale up climate finance and provide easier access to the needed resources. The least developed and small island developing states face an especially vulnerable situation. Russia is pursuing a consistent active policy to prevent climate change and adapt to its adverse impacts in full compliance with the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. We are convinced of the need to maintain the Convention as the key platform for multilateral coordination of measures to combat climate change. Over the past year, our country has developed a broad set of tools to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in various sectors of the economy and achieve carbon neutrality. An experiment on the formation of a carbon market launched in one of Russia's regions has made it possible to introduce carbon pricing for greenhouse gas emissions and provide additional financial impetus for their reduction. A roadmap for the implementation of a long-term low-carbon development strategy, which will include measures for decarbonization of the energy sector, hydrogen generation, electrification of transport, and energy efficiency is being developed. We are paying great attention to development of science as well as the introduction of frontline technologies. Russia has declared a decade of science and technology, and a nationwide greenhouse gas monitoring system has been created. Unprecedented funding has been allocated for digitalization and improvement of national reporting under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. These steps will attract additional public and private funding and provide new and more reliable scientific data on the state of the global climate and the impact of the energy transition on global and national economies. We express serious concern at plans by certain states and regional associations to revise previous commitments on the pretext of a difficult geopolitical situation. Russia has warned of the negative consequences of the race to climate ambition when the declaration of carbon neutrality was made without a proper strategy or resource and financial support. Parties to the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement have the right to choose their own means of achieving the climate goals. President, the future progress of multilateral efforts to combat climate change depends on this conference. We have an obligation to present tangible outcomes to the whole international community and to future generations. Developed countries must demonstrate in action real leadership and scale up financial resources and technology to developing countries. We need a unified vision for the future of climate finance and a just solution for loss and damage, and one that is acceptable to all. It's important to take adaptation measures seriously in different regions of the world, from the equator to the polar latitudes. We must also lay the basis for the upcoming global stocktake in 2023 and to fully launch cooperation mechanisms under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. The success of the conference will demonstrate, despite all our differences, our ability to respond together to the global challenges of our time. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Jordanka Rodica Lordanov, State Secretary of the Ministry of the Environment of the Republic of Moldova. Madam, you have the floor.
Estimated President of COP27, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to thank the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the hosting COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh and chairing the high-level segment. I would like to start my intervention by recalling that this summer, General Assembly of the United Nations recognized a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a fundamental human right. From now on, this human right is next to all other human rights, and I am sure you will all agree with me that those who call it a victory for people and planet. In the period of COP27 have been discussed the perspectives of path made from Glasgow COP26 commitments, how to concentrate more efforts to reach 1.5 degrees target in line with Paris Agreement, move forward with the climate adaptation and mitigation instruments to tackle the climate issue. Unfortunately, if last year we talked about pandemic as a major worldwide crisis, today we are facing even deeper crisis, a crisis of humanity with one more war in the world, which adds more painful and irreversible consequences, inclusive on environmental matter. However, at the same time, we become convinced of the strength of joint action to withstand the violence and various aftereffects. Recovery after the pandemic, as well as dealing with the multi-layer crisis caused by the war, force us to look for simultaneous solutions, both immediate and long-term actions, to assess the perspective of sustainability. I believe that no need to remind or to convince people in this room that by ratification of Paris Agreement, countries draw certain commitments, first of all by setting the national determined contributions. Moldova was one of the first countries in the world which announced much more ambitious updated the national determined contributions in 2020. Moldova's target is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 70% below its 1990 level in 2030, which could be further increased to 88% if additional financial support, technical cooperations are ensured. I would like to highlight that Moldova puts all efforts to achieve updated national determinate contributions together with strong support of the European Union climate neutrality policy. Among the priorities of Moldova, extensions of forest areas, desertification of energy market by reducing the use of fossil fuels and harnessing the potential of solar, wind and biomass energy, enabling other low-carbon technologies and enhancing circularity together with all other actions related to the greening of economy. At the same time, we acknowledge that energy security must not be addressed by compromising the climate issue. And nowadays, when it is essential to define sustainable decisions and actions to deal with consequences of various crises and climate issues, to ensure economic development, people's well-being, and protection of environment, the matrix of new economical development is decoupling economical growth from the environmental degradation, ensuring climate-friendly protection and consumption models. It is paramount to agree on climate resilience, adaptation and mitigation actions at national, regional and global levels, together with effective collaboration and support framework as far as countries have different capacity and vulnerability levels to address the difficulties. We depend on each other. Indeed, we know that the seasick swings for economics are disasters caused by climate change, drought and floods, and what are danger in causes for well-being of peoples and nature. Moldova records such disaster more than 30 years with the most severe outcomes from the last decade. Excellencies, indeed, there is no doubt that the actions and input of each country matters, not only on a national level, but also regional and globally. After all, there is not much left until 2030, when we all come to the evaluation what has been done for Agenda 2030. Here, I would like to come back to what I mentioned in the beginning, the importance of joint actions to ensure that nobody and nothing is left behind. Moreover, I am more than sure that today, doing little by little becomes a luxury. We all know the cost of inaction and count it in the hundreds of millions lost of our economies, not to mention the loss of biodiversity, water scarcity, food quality, and other disasters, as well as human security. I would like to underline the need for an action-oriented approach to enhance yearly warning investments for timely response and effective risk management to protect our communities and environment, to develop inventory of greenhouse gas emissions, as well to address the loss and damages for climate justice in our discussions, together with capacity building, technical and financial support in order to reach our common goal. And finally, last but not least, we are here today to ensure a new human right and to define actions and prevent the irreversible consequence not only for ourselves, but also for our future generations, what they will inherit from us and how they will live. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Belsultan Brihamov, Deputy Minister of Natural Resources, Ecology and Technical Supervision of Kyrgyzstan. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear Excellencies, dear delegates, the President of our country, His Excellency Sadir Japarov, at the 26th Conference of the Party stated that the Kyrgyz Republic is aimed at emissions reduction for 44% by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. We are serious about achieving the stated goals and ensuring verification and transparency of decarbonization through digital transformation, launch of climate data center, and a digital platform for trading carbon units using blockchain technologies. Today, we are witnessing global political changes. The world has returned to fossil resources. Also, a year ago, we aimed at a greening of human activities. We unfortunately are witnessing how political processes impact on a climate agenda. In today's realities, it becomes doubly difficult for Kyrgyzstan. Over the past 20 years, due to the global warming, our country has seen an increase in the number of avalanches, mudflows, and floods by 60%, which cause economic damage in hundreds of millions of US dollars. At the same time, being emitters of 0.03% of global greenhouse gases, Kyrgyzstan is calling for climate justice. Ladies and gentlemen, additional international support of 6.3 billion US dollars is required to achieve our NDC targets by 2030. We have already launched a number of green long-term national activities with our own efforts, including the national campaign Jashil Muras, or Green Legacy, aimed at afforestation and increase of green areas. However, existing climate finance mechanism, as well as unfulfilled promises of funding, are threatening the containment of global warming. In addition, our country has a serious economic burden due to the payment of external debt, which is 4 billion US dollars, or half of state's GDP. Of this, 2 billion is owed to multilateral development institutions, which could be directed to measures to ensure sustainable development of the country. In this regard, we call on our international partners to consider support for implementation of country's climate promises through a debt for sustainability swap. Dear delegates, being a mountainous country in the very heart of the Central Asia, we always stand for the interest of two highly vulnerable groups: Central Asian countries with more than 76 million population, and mountainous regions with about 15% of total human population. The time has come for a common decision to recognize that mountain ecosystem, with all available water, mineral, and biological resources, and of course, ambassadors of high mountain snow peaks, snow leopards, are extremely sensitive to climate change, and at the same time are of paramount importance for the present and the future of humanity. In this regard, the creation of the International Fund for the Protection of Mountain Ecosystems, with the support of the United Nations, aimed at financing climate actions in mountain regions, will be a timely solution to the accumulated problems. In addition, we initiated an ambitious update of Resolution 74/227 of the 74th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, entitled Sustainable Development of Mountains, proclaiming 2023 to 2027 as 5 years of actions for the development of mountain regions. We appeal to the UNFCCC member states to support this resolution as a co-sponsors. Your Excellencies, summing up, I want to remind you that the former UN Secretary General, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, once warned about the possible consequences of the melting of glaciers in Central Asia, about half of which are located in Kyrgyzstan, saying that their melting could turn into an even more serious environmental disaster than drying up of the Aral Sea. It would be obvious to say that protection of mountains is one of the ways to save the planet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Fidopsi Aliyev, Deputy Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Azerbaijan. Sir, you have the floor.
Hörmətli cənab sədr, hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, hörmətli həmkarlar. İlk öncə göstərilən qonaqpərvərliyə və mükəmməl təşkilatçılığa görə konferansın ev sahibi Misir Ərəb Respublikasının və BMT-nin İqlim Dəyişmələri üzrə Çərçivə Konvensiyasının katibliyinə təşəkkürümüzü bildirmək istərdim. Azərbaycan Respublikasının qlobal istixana effekti yaradan qaz tullantılarından payı cəmi 0,15% olmasına baxmayaraq, ölkəmiz qlobal iqlim dəyişmələrinə təsirin yumşalması təşəbbüsünə töhfə
There's no interpretation available in Azeri.
2030-cu ilədək istilik effekti yaradan qaz emissiyalarının 35% və ötən il Glasgow-da keçirilən COP26 tədbirində 2050-ci ilə qədər 40%-in azalması səviyyəsinə saxlanılmasına hədəf götürmüşdür. Ölkəmiz bu hədəflərə nail olmaq istiqamətində ciddi işlər aparır. Azərbaycan 2030 sosial-iqtisadi inkişafa dair milli prioritetlər adlanan yeni strategiyamızda istilik effekti yaradan qaz emissiyalarının azaldılması məsələsi xüsusilə qeyd olunur. Bu fəaliyyətlərin icrası iqlim dəyişmələri üzrə beynəlxalq təşəbbüslərə tam uzlaşır və beynəlxalq öhdəliklərin yerinə yetirilməsinə və hədəflərimizə nail olunmasına bilavasitə töhfə verəcəkdir. Hazırda tərəfimizdən Azərbaycanın enerji sisteminin qoyuluş gücündə bərpa olunan enerji mənbələrindən xüsusi çəkisinin 2030-cu ilə qədər hazırki 17%-dən 30%-ə çatdırılması, o cümlədən enerji səmərəliliyinin artırılması, az tullantılı nəqliyyat keçid və şəhər nəqliyyat sisteminin alternativ həllər, sənaye sektorunda aşağı karbonlu təmiz texnologiyaların tətbiqi, tullantıların idarə olunması sisteminin təkmilləşdirilməsi, meşələrin və yaşıllıq sahələrinin çoxaldılması və digər əhəmiyyətli miqyasi fəaliyyətlərə həyata keçirir. Şübhəsiz ki, bu istiqamətdə fəaliyyətlərimiz növbəti illərdə daha da intensivləşdiriləcəkdir. İqlim dəyişmələrinin təsirləri xüsusilə su resurslarının çatışmamazlığı, quraqlığın artması, yağıntı rejiminin dəyişməsi və ümumilikdə azalması, kənd təsərrüfatında məhsuldarlığın aşağı düşməsi, Xəzər dənizinin səviyyə tərəddüdləri nəticəsində canlı sahil zolağının dəyişməsi, insanların sağlamlıq problemlərinin artması, meşə yanğınları ilə mübarizənin çətinləşməsi kimi fəsadlar yaradır. Azərbaycanda isti və quru küləklər son 30 ildə 14 dəfəyə artırılması müşahidə olunur. Yağıntıların azalması fonunda quraqlıq daha uzun müddətli davam edir. Digər tərəfdən isə qısa müddət ərzində yağıntıların aylıq norması düşür. Bunun nəticəsində ölkədə sel və daşqın hadisələrinin sayı xeyli artmışdır. Bununla əlaqədar Azərbaycanda erkən xəbərdarlıq sisteminin qurulmasına başlanılmışdır. Bu məqsədlə atmosfer hadisələrinin real vaxt rejimində aşkarlanması məqsədlə müasir radar sistemlərinin istifadəyə verilmiş avtomatlaşdırılmış hidrometeoroloji məntəqələr Xəzər dənizində müasir dəniz stansiyaları quraşdırılmışdır. Ölkə ərazisinin müşahidə sistemi ilə tam əhatə etmək üçün bu işlərin davam etdirilməsi və şəbəkələrin tam avtomatlaşdırılması planlaşdırılır. Azərbaycan ərazilərinin Ermənistanın 30 ilə yaxın davam etmiş işğalından azad edilməsi həmin regionda Ermənistan tərəfindən dəhşətli dağıntıların və ekosidin tam miqyasını üzə çıxartmışdır. İşğal müddətində ölkəmizin təbii sərvətləri talan edilmiş, unikal ekosistemlər məhv edilmişdir. Ölkəmizin transsərhəd çaylarında Ermənistan tərəfindən istehsalat tullantıları ilə davamlı olaraq kəskin çirkləndirilməsi, iqlim dəyişikliyi səbəbindən hər il azalan su ehtiyatlarının dayanıqlı idarə edilməsi üçün Azərbaycan tərəfindən göstərilən səylərə maneələr törədir. Həmçinin bütövlükdə regionun ekosistemi üçün böyük təhdid təşkil edir. Azərbaycan aşağı axında yerləşən ölkədir və hesab edirik ki, transsərhəd çaylarının səmərəli idarə olunması sayəsində region ölkələri əməkdaşlıq, ortaq su ehtiyatlarının mühafizəsinə, eyni zamanda 6-cı dayanıqlı inkişaf məqsədi üzrə qarşıya qoyulan hədəflərin nail olmağa töhfə verəcəkdir. Hazırda işğaldan azad edilmiş ərazilər tərəfimizdən geniş miqyaslı post-konflikt reabilitasiya, bərpa və yenidən qurma işləri həyata keçirilməkdədir. Bu ərazilərin iqlimə dost, ekoloji cəhətdən təmiz texnologiyalar əsaslanaraq bərpası, ağıllı və yaşıl yanaşmaların tətbiqi əsas prioritetlərimizdəndir. Bu yanaşmaların tətbiqi işğaldan azad edilmiş ərazilərdə 2050-ci ilə qədər netto sıfır emissiyası zonasına çevrilməsinə zəmin yaradır. Şübhəsiz ki, yaşıl enerji zonası, yaşıl kənd təsərrüfatı, yaşıl nəqliyyat, ağıllı şəhərlər, ağıllı kəndlər kimi innovativ təşəbbüslər və 10 minlərlə hektar sahədə meşələrin bərpası həm regional, həm də qlobal miqyasda iqlim dəyişmələrinin təsirləri ilə mübarizə üzrə ümumi səylərə töhfə verəcək və bu ərazilər yaşıl bölgələrinin birinə çevriləcəkdir. Hörmətli cənab sədr, Azərbaycan iqlim dəyişmələri prosesinin qarşısının alınması və uyğunlaşma fəaliyyətinin tətbiqində sadiq qalmaqdadır. Bu məramımızı bir daha göstərərək COP27 çərçivəsində irəli sürülən qlobal və regional təşəbbüsləri dəstəkləyirik. Aydındır ki, iqlim dəyişmələri problemin heç bir ölkə tək başına həll edə bilməz. Təhlükəsiz və dayanıqlı gələcək naminə bütün ölkələrin səyləri birləşdirilməli, vahid hədəf üzərində çalışmalıdırlar. Bu baxımdan ən yaxşı təcrübənin paylanması, texnologiyaların ötürülməsi, texniki dəstəyin təmin edilməsi, bacarıqların və məlumatlığın artması fəaliyyətinə beynəlxalq dəstəyin artması zərurətini vurğulamaq istərdim. Eyni zamanda konferans iştirakçılarının beynəlxalq əməkdaşlığa daha da gücləndirməyə, transsərhəd meşələrdə məsuliyyətlə yanaşmağa və məsələlərdə məsuliyyətlə yanaşmağa və ölkələr arasında qarşılıqlı əlaqəni gücləndirmək, bütün imkanlarını dəyərləndirməyə çağırıram. Konferansın işinə uğurlar arzulayıram, diqqətinizə görə minnətdaram. Çox sağ olun.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Milagros Deschamps, Deputy Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of Dominican Republic. Madam, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente.
President, ministers, heads of delegation, delegates, I want to start by thanking the government of Egypt and their people for their hospitality. President, 30 years ago, this convention was established as a means to seek a joint solution to the greatest challenge modern society faces. It was one of the greatest milestones in international cooperation, with unequivocal recognition of the impact of human activity on the climate and the need to take urgent, coordinated action to mitigate global warming. Unfortunately, to this day, we continue to demonstrate that the promises of cooperation, action and support have remained empty, despite the clarity of the science and the forcefulness of the voices of the countries that, like the Dominican Republic, are on the front line of the impact of climate change. We have not delivered on the ambition or the financing commitments. That's why today we run the risk of becoming an obsolete process, far from promoting the solutions and cooperation it champions. Year after year, it fails to comply with the decisions that we adopt within it. Year after year, we fail present and future generations. 2015 was a magic moment in Paris, where we agreed to cap the increase in temperature to 1.5 degrees. Today, science tells us that we are on the way to a deadly 2.7 degree warming. Today, the Dominican Republic and other countries in the region bear the human and economic losses of a climate crisis that we did not cause and that we are feeling firsthand. The recent years of pandemic and extreme weather events have exposed the differentiated impact of climate change in our countries. The summer of 2022 will go down in history as one of the worst in terms of heat waves, fires, droughts and floods on the entire planet. While in Europe and the US, the overall effects of these will amount to little more than an inconvenience in economic terms, with losses almost imperceptible in GDP percentages. For countries like ours, it will take years to recover from the economic losses of disasters. Recognizing the urgency of establishing predictable financing mechanisms to address climate change-related loss and damage is a matter of survival. I'll be very clear, President. There will be no agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh without an agreement for financing arrangements for addressing loss and damage. The Dominican Republic and island nations are paying the price of decades of greed and inaction. Our industrialized colleagues oppose forceful commitments for action, support and financing and invite us to dialogue as if it were not evident that the progress of their peoples is based on the deterioration and subjugation of the most vulnerable nations. They oppose compensation, nor do they take actions to correct course. The climate crisis shows that colonization never ended. It was only transformed. Today we see that the lives of citizens of the global south are worth less than those of the global north. We do not ask for charity, we demand justice. Allow me to remind my colleagues that Article 2.1 of the Paris Accords calls for the alignment of the global financial system with the climate cause. But leaders of the world's largest economies continue to perpetuate a financial system riddled with perverse incentives that are making the crisis worse every day. This crisis accelerates the loss of lives, territories, cultures and dreams. If they do not want to compensate, the least they can do is promote the transformation of the global financial system. The Dominican Republic is doing its part, and while other delegations are present in Egypt to fight while other delegations are present in Egypt to protect the current modus operandi, the Dominican Republic is present in Egypt to fight for our survival and ensure a prosperous future for present and future generations. That's why our delegation is one of the youngest in history. It's the children and young people who will bear the impacts of our inaction, and that is why young Dominicans lead our delegation in this meeting. It is time for young people to take control of our destiny and be present in the rooms where their future is being negotiated. I also want to add that increasingly the vulnerabilities are becoming increasingly clear. With marginalized groups such as women, they face the brunt of the impact. Despite being a majority in the population, only 7 of the 110 delegations here at the COP have been headed by women. We cannot talk about climate justice if we do not make space for the participation of women who experience the climate crisis firsthand. For this reason, I ask the youth and women of the world to step up their efforts to get involved in politics, diplomacy, and science and business. It's to build a more equitable, more sustainable world. It is your future that is at stake, and your presence is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Marta Delgado Peralta, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights of Mexico. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Excellencias.
Excellencies, high authorities, colleagues from around the world, the planet is facing the greatest challenge in history in the form of climate crisis, the loss of biodiversity, desertification, and pollution as a result of a consumption model that has jeopardized the very survival of humanity and the planet. Science confirms that this decade is critical to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. For this reason, Mexico recognizes the urgency of taking timely action to tackle the challenges and vulnerabilities caused by the effects of climate change, and also to create a new relationship with nature through a new economic model that is more human, more egalitarian, one that leaves no one behind nor out in the cold. The government of Mexico has come to this conference of the parties to endorse the commitments undertaken in the Paris Agreement and to ensure that in the implementation of that agreement, we pay due regard for the right to a clean, safe, and secure environment. For Mexico, it is essential that all climate action include a human rights approach, one that's also based on gender equality, interculturality, and intergenerational equity, so that the voices and needs of peoples, First Peoples, and vulnerable groups are taken into account. Mexico recognizes that both adaptation and mitigation alike are essential elements to building resilient societies. But to achieve the ambitious climate objectives, it is fundamental that countries assume their historic responsibility and also scale up their ambition when it comes to implementation. Climate financing, therefore, must be just, transparent, equitable, accessible, and agile. Mexico views as a priority the need to recognize the economic and non-economic costs resulting from loss and damage caused by climate change, including degradation of natural resources, devastation of communities as a result of disasters, and the loss of production of goods and services, as well as deterioration of our biocultural heritage. Mexico joins developing countries who are demanding a sea change in the way we address the climate crisis and compensation for loss and damage of the most vulnerable based on the principle of climate justice, ensuring that those countries that have historically been the heaviest emitters of greenhouse gases are held accountable for these emissions. Mexico knows that the climate challenge deserves huge initiatives, and for this reason, our President, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, is determined to scaling up even more the unconditional target of deepening our reduction from 22 to 35%. This scaled-up ambition, which will be presented by Mexico this week formally to the convention, includes an additional generation of 105 gigawatts of clean energy, which means doubling our production of this type of energy in Mexico, capturing 98% of methane gas emissions from our oil wells, and a 2 million hectare expansion of new natural protected areas through our Sembrando Vida program, a reforestation of 1.5 million hectares with more than 1.1 billion trees, construction of hydrogen plants, implementation of an ambitious strategy of energy efficiency. With respect to renewable energies, the President recently presented the development plan for the state of Sonora, through which we're seeking to develop a sustainable ecosystem for generating electrical energy through solar plants and promoting its lithium industry for the automotive sector. We also have a joint effort underway to increase our climate ambition, and through this we have promoted various initiatives. One of them is the strategy for a sustainable ocean economy. And we are also working with the University of California and come up with a working group between Mexico and the United States for electrification of our transport grid. And in line with our feminist foreign policy, we developed here at COP, we have a national gender and climate change plan in consonance with our leadership, and this will be adopted through the Lima Action Plan. Finally, Mexico has come to this conference of the parties with a renewed spirit of support for multilateralism, recognizing the gravity of the climate situation facing the world, and we call on all parties to work together in such a way that is commensurate with the challenges facing humanity and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Danas Agustis, Vice Minister of Environment of Lithuania. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to address you at COP27. It is of the utmost importance to identify and admit globally that human society is facing climate crisis, and we must challenge it in its critical decade. Achieving long-term goals of the Paris Agreement requires increased global commitments by all countries. All countries must shift towards climate-neutral economy as soon as possible. Lithuania, together with EU and its member states, is aimed to reduce EU emissions at least by 55% until 2030 and to achieve climate neutrality at latest by 2050. Last year, Lithuania adopted climate change management agenda, which sets ambitious short, medium, and long-term climate mitigation and adaptation targets across all sectors of our economy. We have managed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 58% and aim to reach 70% reduction by 2030. Today, Lithuania uses more than a quarter of its energy from renewable resources, and we plan to increase it to 80% by 2050. We are improving energy efficiency by implementing long-term modernization program for apartment and public buildings. The unprecedented energy crisis caused by Russia's war against Ukraine creates additional motivations for green transition. Lithuania has no plans to backsliding to fossil fuels. Moreover, we recently adopted the Renewable Energy Breakthrough Package to accelerate solar and wind energy projects. The development of our first offshore wind park will help us to become self-sufficient by green electricity in the next decade. Promotion of innovative technologies and improvement of international cooperation are key for fighting the global climate crisis. Therefore, at COP27, Lithuania is joining global climate action agenda initiatives that are essential to ensure zero economy development, climate resilience, and sustainability of our cities, while every citizen remains protected by early warning systems. Current Russian war against Ukraine causes massive loss of life and injury and violates international human rights. This war also causes long-term environmental degradation, poses risk to nuclear safety and food security, delays green energy transition and much-needed actions on climate change, reduces resources for the mobilization of climate finance. This is the reason why Lithuania encourages the international community urgently and decisively to condemn Russian aggression and express solidarity joining Ukraine's initiatives regarding assessment of climate and environmental damage from military actions, as well as green grain supply routes. Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, the only way to guarantee our safe future is efficient global actions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Mirza Hujik, Assistant Minister, the Minister of Foreign Trade and Economic Relations of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to address at the 27th Conference of Parties of UNFCCC here in Sharm el-Sheikh. I would like to greet all of you and express great thanks to the UNFCCC Secretariat and to the government and people of the Islamic Republic of Egypt for the excellent organization of the conference. It is important to emphasize that we all came to Sharm el-Sheikh with the same concern on climate issues that are happening all over the world. Our task is to act as better as we can to adapt to climate change and to increase our ambitions on reduction of GHGs. The region of Southeast Europe is sensitive, vulnerable, and affected by many negative impacts from the climate change that cause loss of biodiversity and all other negative consequences on human health and the environment. Bosnia and Herzegovina trying to actively participate in international initiatives and working on so many climate issues: air quality, energy efficiency, agriculture, waste management, water management, biodiversity, industry, and other. In that regard, we are very much appreciating to all donors, European Union, Kingdom of Sweden, the USA, Federal Republic of Germany, and other countries, as well as Global Environment Facility, Global Climate Fund, and Implementing Agency for the great support providing us. This is a good opportunity to inform you that we are finishing the process of the adoption of a country-wide environmental strategy with Action Plan 2030+, with support from the Stockholm Environmental Institute. Bosnia and Herzegovina submitted its updated NDC. The government has just adopted the National Adaptation Plan, and we are expecting to adopt the revised Climate Change Adaptation and Low Emission Development Strategy in next days. So we are trying to fulfill all our international obligations in climate change issues. However, the implementation of all strategic documents and plans depends on strong international support. Last but not least, supporting all activities of the EU at this COP, I would like to thank one more time to the Secretariat of UNFCCC for significant efforts during these days to establish a legal framework to cope with climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Nur Hafifa, Deputy Secretary General, Minister of Environment and Water of Malaysia. Madam, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, Malaysia would like to congratulate the Arab Republic of Egypt for the hosting of COP27 and for the great hospitality shown to our delegates in this beautiful city of Sharm el-Sheikh. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia's share of global CO2 emissions is estimated at 0.69%. Despite the small contribution, Malaysia remains steadfast in implementing climate actions to further reduce our emissions. We had updated our NDC in 2021, announced our aspiration to achieve net zero GHG emissions as early as 2050, and reiterated our commitment to maintain at least 50% of our forest cover as pledged at Rio Earth Summit in 1992. To support these targets and aspiration, we have incorporated climate initiatives in our national development plans and further accelerate our climate actions. The focus of our mitigation actions is on energy sector, being the biggest emitter, where we had recently updated the national energy policy to transition the sector. Under this new policy, Malaysia will increase the RE capacity mix in our electricity supply from the current 23% to 31% in 2025 and 40% in 2030. As we signed the Global Methane Pledge last year, Malaysia is taking the first step to reduce our methane emissions through our national oil company, Petronas, which has a goal to achieve 50% methane emissions reduction for domestic natural gas value chain by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, in December 2021, Malaysia experienced one of the worst flood events in national history, with losses estimated at $1.4 billion within the space of 1 week. People were displaced, many lives were lost. It is estimated that Malaysia will require close to $85 billion for the next 50 years to adapt to impacts of climate change, a huge amount for a developing nation such as ours. Therefore, climate finance is important to assist developing countries to implement climate actions. The fulfillment of the $100 billion per year goal by developed countries is paramount in order to restore confidence and trust. Additionally, ensuring successful and effective implementation of the Convention and its Paris Agreement is contingent upon receiving capacity building, technical support, as well as access to clean technology. We also look forward to a concrete outcome on a post-2025 climate finance goal, drawing lessons from the unfulfilled $100 billion goal. Hence, this COP needs to produce concrete decisions. Malaysia continues to reiterate our call to developed country parties to uphold their convention obligations. There is still time to realize that clarion call to achieve the objectives of the Convention and its Paris Agreement in accordance with the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities with respective capabilities. Without new, additional, predictable, and adequate finance from developed country parties, the urgently needed climate actions by developing countries will be delayed, hampering progress to achieve the Paris Agreement goal and putting our planet at risk of irreversible climate damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Myung Han Jong, Consulate of Permanent Mission in Geneva of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, today, ever-increasing frequent natural disasters and global health crises, including COVID-19, are calling for more decisive and substantial actions to implement the existing commitments. In this regard, the delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea would like to make the following remarks. First, the developed countries should fulfill their historical and moral responsibilities with sincerity regarding the climate finance and doubling its amount by 2025 as agreed in Paris. Second, due attention should be paid to the attempts of certain countries to exploit the issue of responding to climate change for attaining their political goals and economic profits, which can be regarded as an act of gambling on the very destiny of humankind. Third, concrete and practical measures should be urgently taken, including the agreement on carbon trade and other pending issues, while establishing a mechanism for sharing and introducing low and zero emission technologies so far achieved. Mr. President, under the wise leadership of Comrade Kim Jong-un, President of the State Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, our government is undertaking the eco-environmental protection as an important task to protect our people's life and health, and as a strategic project related to the future of the country. The legal framework of addressing climate change is being further perfected, and the comprehensive long-term green growth plan aimed at protecting and enhancing the country's ecosystem is under development. Active measures are being taken to reduce greenhouse gases, namely development of clean energy, converting overall industrial sectors into energy-saving type, smart energy building technologies, etc. The government has also been vigorously pushing forward the project of planting 6.3 billion trees from 2015 to 2024, so as to create 2 million hectares of forest. The DPRK will fulfill its responsibility as a party to the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement in order to protect our common living ground and ensure more comfortable and stable living environment for the future generations. And to this end, we'll closely cooperate with other parties and relevant international organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Sahik Abdullah Hamad Hamoud Al-Sabah, Director General of Environment Public Authority of Kuwait. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be with you all. At the outset, I would like to convey my thanks and appreciation to our sister Arab Republic of Egypt for this very warm welcome they've extended to us, for their generosity and for the very excellent way in which they've been able to convene and organize this landmark international conference, which enjoys the slogan Together for Implementation of the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Kuwait attaches a great deal of importance to tackling climate change and to managing same at the national level, particularly focusing on mitigation and adaptation. And we pursue this through a more flexible approach to climate change events, bringing together all key sectors at the national level. We have also put together a series of programs and plans intended to reduce emissions. Thanks to our well-thought-out strategies, particularly when it comes to zero net carbon across a range of sectors, including energy, transport, industry, and when it also comes to land management and the promotion of agriculture, we are well placed. Said strategies stem from a guiding plan of action to pursue sustainable development. As part of that, we make use of tools such as innovative technology in order to implement a circular carbon economy. And we do this in line with our capacities and with the national conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, at the international level, the state of Kuwait is doing its utmost to ensure that modern technologies that help to promote this circular carbon economy are made available and are used. We also promote global partnerships to that end, and we're also strong supporters of regional and international climate initiatives. We have drawn lessons from successful experiences when it comes to drafting national policy in other countries, and also lent our own best practices to bear to help other countries to draw up policy that can support the transition towards a flexible and low-carbon economy. Ladies and gentlemen, firmly persuaded of the importance of implementing all of the conclusions of the Paris Agreement, in particular paragraph 19 under Article 4 of said agreement, which pertains to long-term strategies, it is my pleasure to announce before you all today that my country is working on drafting a national strategy, a low-carbon national strategy, which will ensure that we have a low-carbon economy by 2050. And this will particularly focus on the oil and gas sectors, making sure that they are carbon neutral by 2060. All of this will culminate in carbon neutrality by 2060. And this is being pursued, of course, in line with national conditions and economic planning. By way of conclusion, I wish to reiterate my thanks and my appreciation to the people and the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and we wish you every success in the hosting of this COP. May the peace of God be with you all.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Tinleng Nangyel, Government Secretary of Bhutan. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of COP27. I would also like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Bhutanese delegation to thank the government of Egypt for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangements made for the conduct of the conference. Our deepest appreciation to UNFCCC team for providing all necessary support to the parties. Excellencies, we have come with high expectation from COP27, the implementation COP. Therefore, our appeal to the COP presidency and the parties is to ensure outcomes that will reinforce implementation of climate action to limit the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius and build resilience of the most vulnerable countries. Being among the most vulnerable, upscaling of support and finance for adaptation, loss and damage, mitigation, technology transfer, and capacity building in a timely and effective manner are what we need the most, and we need it urgently. Under the dynamic leadership of our kings, Bhutan has always demonstrated and continues to take global leadership in environmental conservation. We are amongst the first few countries to pledge carbon neutral development, and we are also strongly committed to delivering the Sustainable Development Goals. However, as confirmed by the latest IPCC reports and numerous other research, slight temperature rise will have detrimental effect in mountainous regions like ours. We are already witnessing and bearing the brunt of climate change for no fault of ours. In an effort to draw global attention to the impacts of climate change in the mountains, generate greater awareness of the climate emergency, and call for climate action, Bhutan recently organized an international ultra marathon, the first of its kind, called Snowman Race, bringing together athletes from 11 countries. The run covered a total distance of 203 kilometers, spread over 5 days, with average elevation of 4,267 meters above sea level, and trails reaching as high as 5,470 meters above sea level. The race provided an opportunity for the international runners to witness the impacts and plight of the people residing in mountains firsthand. Mr. President, for a country like Bhutan, with its economic dependent on highly climate-sensitive sectors like agriculture and hydropower, rapid retreating glaciers poses ever-increasing risk of glacial lake outburst floods, threatening our economy and the lives and livelihoods of our communities. Given the transboundary and cascading effect of such events, these are threatened lives and livelihoods of millions of people living downstream beyond our boundaries. As such, while we remain committed to the mitigation efforts, our priority is to ensure adequate and timely adaptation. Our capacity to sustain the mitigation achievements and build resilience is solely dependent on support from the international community. Our hope is that COP27 will deliver beyond the agreed commitments and ensure effective and timely implementation, with finance for adaptation receiving much needed priority. In doing so, we call on all our partners to live up to US $100 billion climate finance commitment and also ensure doubling of adaptation finance by 2025. There is no room for any further delay. Therefore, in the spirit of collective efforts in achieving the common goals of addressing the climate crisis, we call on all world leaders, investors, governments, multinational donors, international non-government organizations, and the private sector to reinforce the much-needed climate finance commitments and deliver even further. There is no better time than today, now at COP27, to deliver the commitments. Mr. President, while Bhutan acknowledges and welcomes the renewed hope of scaling up climate finance under your presidency at COP27, we would like to reiterate that climate finance must be predictable, easily accessible, and sustainable based on the priorities and needs of the most vulnerable countries. Countries that are committed and have provided leadership prominence must be recognized with funding assurances. Mr. President, in conclusion, Bhutan remains committed to delivering outcomes in line with the principle and objectives of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and call upon all parties to be flexible, adaptable, open, and constructive to walk the talk in saving the planet from catastrophic disaster that climate change presents. Mr. President, accelerating the momentum for implementation is the key to achieving our collective goals and fulfilling the aspiration of our people who bear the brunt of climate change. Our hope is that COP27 will guarantee smooth and swift transitioning to actual implementation without any further delays. We do not have an option but to act now. Tele, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Nasser Musalam Al-Rabi, Ambassador of Oman to Egypt and Permanent Representative to Arabic League. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
May the peace of God be upon you, Excellency, President of the 27th Conference of the Parties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. May peace be upon you all. It is my honor to stand before you in this global forum to deliver the speech of the Sultanate of Oman. At the outset, I would like to extend to you the greetings of His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq. We'd like to affirm the commitment of the Sultanate of Oman and its pioneering leadership in supporting international efforts aimed at reducing carbon emissions and reducing the negative effects of climate change. Excellencies, I'm pleased to begin this speech by sharing with you the announcement of the Sultanate of Oman last October to declare the year 2050 as the target year to achieving net zero emissions in all our development sectors. We have initiated a series of workshops and organized meetings among stakeholders at the national level with a view to drawing up a roadmap that includes specific projects aimed at reducing emissions across all sectors. Our mitigation efforts have not been limited to this announcement, but the Sultanate of Oman has implemented many other projects to reduce carbon emissions in many more projects in terms of energy efficiency projects to reduce gas flaring and reduce methane emissions. For that, we used advanced monitoring techniques, including satellites and thermal cameras. There are many other projects that will be implemented in many more sectors over the next 10 years with a view to reducing emissions and limiting their growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Oman is currently developing and implementing an ambitious energy transition and decarbonization plan with an investment of over $190 billion by the year 2050. As this plan is based on the implementation of large-scale projects in the field of hydrogen with ambitions to produce more than 1 million tons by the year 2030. And it is hoped that we will reach more than 8 million tons of hydrogen by 2050. This plan also includes the production of more than 16 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. We also hope that we will be able to reach more than 180 gigawatts by 2050. Moreover, the transition and decarbonization plan will include the implementation of capturing, transfer, and storage projects. We are also promoting energy efficiency across all sectors. Oman is finalizing a national energy transition policy that is focused on the facilitation and acceleration of the transition in the hydrogen and renewable energy sectors to achieve energy efficiency, carbon capture, use, and storage. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Sultanate of Oman attaches particular importance to adaptation to the increase in the severe effects of these changes on our country, such as a significant rise in temperatures during the summer months and the increase in intensity of severe weather events such as hurricanes causing lots of material and human losses and damage exceeding billions of dollars per year. And we're aimed at limiting the severe damage caused to the infrastructure. And for that, Oman has invested billions of dollars to build dams and set up early warning systems and build an integrated system of dams, storage, protection, improvement of urban planning, and drainage facilities, in addition to strengthening our infrastructure, including water, electricity, and telecommunications networks, with the aim of enhancing our response to climate hazards and reducing the resulting damage. We believe in the great role that nature-based solutions can play in reducing emissions and improving adaptation efforts. That's why our Sultanate has taken the initiative to develop the system of terrestrial, humid, and marine nature reserves to reach about 25 reserves with various types of wildlife protection efforts. And we have launched a national campaign to plant millions of trees and implement projects to protect mangroves and coral reefs. So based on regional and international partnerships, we are providing support to our regional efforts. Our investment office during this COP has signed a memorandum of understanding with Saudi Aquapire to adopt joint investment opportunities in renewable wind energy with the capacity of 1.1 gigawatt in the Arab Republic of Egypt. Oman welcomes all forms of cooperation and partnership at various levels, especially cooperation in promoting energy transition and providing clean energy and low-carbon products, along with cooperation in the fields of carbon certification and natural solutions for absorbing carbon. In conclusion, I would like to thank the brotherly government of Egypt for its hospitality and excellent organization. I would like to thank His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. I hope that we will adopt important decisions that are aimed at accelerating mitigation and adaptation efforts. I would like to thank the Secretariat and the interpreters for facilitating communication among us. Thank you.
Excellency. Dear delegates, Azerbaijan will deliver his statement again due to technical difficulty which did not allow for interpretation of the statement. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Fidopsi Aliyev, Deputy Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Azerbaijan. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government and people of the host country, the Arab Republic of Egypt, and the Secretariat of the UNFCCC for their hospitality and excellent organization. Notwithstanding the fact that the Republic of Azerbaijan contributes only 0.15% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, our country has set an ambitious goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by 2030 compared to 1990 as a contribution to global initiatives to mitigate the impact of climate change. Furthermore, last year in Glasgow, we set a new target of 40% reduction of GHGs by 2050. We are making steady efforts towards the achievement of these targets. Our new strategy titled Azerbaijan 2030 National Priorities for Socioeconomic Development specifically envisages the reduction of GHG emissions. The actions under this strategy are fully aligned with international initiatives on climate change and its implementation and directly contribute to the fulfillment of our international commitments and achievement of our goals. At the moment, we are undertaking strong mitigation activities, notably increasing the share of renewable energy sources in Azerbaijan's electricity capacity from the current 17% to 30% by 2030, as well as energy efficiency measures, transition to low-emission transport, and introduction of alternative solutions in the urban transport system, application of low-carbon clean technology in the industrial sector, improvement of the waste management system, increasing of forests and green areas. The relevant activities will inevitably be intensified in the upcoming years. The adverse impacts of climate change cause numerous consequences in our country, such as shortage of water resources, increased drought, changes in precipitation and its overall decrease, falling productivity in agriculture, changes to the coastline of the Caspian Sea and its levels as a result of fluctuations, increasing health concerns of the population, and impediments to fighting forest fires. In addition to this, hot and dry winds have increased up to 14 times over the last 30 years in Azerbaijan. Due to the decrease in precipitation, the droughts last longer and become more severe. On the other hand, a month's worth of precipitation falls in a short period of time. As a result, the number of floods in our country has increased significantly. In order to ensure preparedness for climate hazards, an early warning system has been established in Azerbaijan. Modern radar systems have been put into operation. Automated hydrometeorological stations and modern maritime stations have been installed in the Caspian Sea for the purpose of real-time detection of atmospheric phenomena. We plan to continue this work and fully automate the network in order to entirely cover the territory of our country with this early warning system. I would like to emphasize that the liberation of Azerbaijani territories from the almost 3-decade-long Armenian occupation revealed the full extent of the terrible destruction and ecocide in the region committed by Armenia. During the occupation, the natural resources of our country were looted and unique ecosystems were destroyed. Ongoing massive pollution of our country's transboundary rivers by industrial wastewaters from Armenia hindered the efforts made by Azerbaijan for the sustainable management of water resources, which are decreasing every year due to climate change. Azerbaijan is a downstream country, and we strongly believe that regional cooperation with neighboring countries in the field of sustainable management of transboundary rivers will contribute to the protection of our shared water resources and, in the meantime, to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 6. Today, we are undertaking a large-scale post-conflict rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reintegration of the liberated territories. These activities are based on climate-friendly, environmentally clean technology, smart and green approaches. These approaches set a strong basis for the liberated areas to become a net zero emission zone by 2050. The innovative initiatives and incentives launched in the liberated territories such as the establishment of green energy zones, green agriculture, green transport, smart cities, smart villages, and the reforestation of thousands of hectares of land will contribute to the overall mitigation and adaptation efforts both regionally and globally and transform these territories into a green region. President, Azerbaijan remains committed to mitigation of climate change and implementation of adaptation activities. As a strong demonstration of our resolve in this process, we supported a set of global and regional initiatives launched during COP27. It's obvious that no country on this planet can act alone to solve climate change. The only way to achieve positive results and reduce the impact of climate change is through the consolidation of the efforts of each and every country to ensure a safe and resilient future. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the rising need to increase international support, including sharing of best practices, technology transfer, technical support, capacity building, and awareness-raising activities. At the same time, I would like to call on each party to strengthen international cooperation, act responsibly on transboundary issues, and use every opportunity that may lead to the development of regional interaction among countries. Thank you for your attention.
Amen. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sanjendra Prasad, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Fiji to United Nations, New York. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Fijian government, I thank the Arab Republic of Egypt and its presidency for hosting COP27 and for its ongoing efforts during what is a very trying time politically and economically worldwide. I must first reiterate the importance of upholding the decisions enshrined in the Glasgow Climate Pact. We cannot let the tides of apathy, ignorance, and injustice drag us back from where we stood only a year ago. Mr. President, I also wish to remind parties that we did not make the journey to Egypt to spend too much of our precious time debating commas and full stops. We must keep our discussions focused on the substance and priorities we are here to uphold. The 1.5-degree threshold hangs in the balance. As it hangs in the balance, so does the future of small island states. In Glasgow, parties agreed to significantly scale up their commitments to reduce emissions by 2030. While we welcome the new commitments that have been announced, too many large emitters are still stubbornly working against the imperatives set in Glasgow. These commitments need to be locked as well in domestic regulations, as we have done through our Climate Change Act in Fiji. And we urge all countries to do so as well. The world is barreling down the highway to climate hell, as the United Nations Secretary General warned us. It isn't Fiji's foot on the gas pedal, nor that of any other small island state. We are passengers We are more like hostages trapped in a vehicle that is being recklessly steered by the high emitters. With hell on the horizon, we are told to trust a driver who we can see is blinded by greed and deaf to our pleas. Our nations are the most exposed. Our nations are those who will lose the most. But we will not be the last. We share a planet. We will all share the same horrific future if we stay the course. What we have asked for and what we require is a seat belt, an airbag, something tangible in addition to the assurances that we will slow down and change course. We have asked that the definition of climate financing be matured to incorporate our needs, and specifically that financing for addressing loss and damage be established under a financial mechanism. Simply put, we have asked the world to open its eyes and see that Fijians and other vulnerable people already have a glimpse of the climate hell we are headed for. We are facing the loss of livelihoods, of land, of fundamental cultural and traditional assets. For those where loss is irreversible, where emissions are negligible, where adequate financing has failed to flow, where the insufficiency of global mitigation efforts are most closely felt, this request is in the global interest. It is in the interest of the principles of the Convention, of security, and of global economic stability. The Paris Agreement will be our epitaph in a world that crosses the 1.5-degree threshold. Fiji implores all parties to realize where we are and what it means for where we are going. We cannot allow an agreement focused on solutions to be outpaced by the problems those solutions are designed to address. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, shukran, binaka bakalebu, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sergei Terentiev, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Belarus to the Arabic Republic of Egypt. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished President, distinguished delegates and participants of the meeting, first of all, allow us to express our sincere gratitude to Egypt for the high-quality organization of this conference and for the warm welcome that our delegates have experienced. Despite our common efforts, 2022 has not brought comforting news on the stabilization of the climate situation. The climate continues to change before our very eyes, and today, states are facing two important tasks. First of all, reducing emissions and slowing down global warming. Secondly, countries must adapt to the consequences of climate change in order to protect their citizens and the economy. The trends of climate change require further development of national strategies and measures to mitigate the consequences of such changes, together with adaptation strategies and measures. In Belarus, for particularly climate-dependent sectors, we've already developed and adopted adaptation strategies for agriculture and forestry up to 2050, as well as national action plans for the adaptation of agriculture and forestry in Belarus up to 2030. In a number of other strategic and policy documents, we've also included adaptation measures for climate change. Today, Belarus needs a comprehensive national plan of action for adaptation to climate change, which must incorporate all socioeconomic sectors, including industry, energy, transport, construction, housing, forestry and agriculture, and healthcare. At the same time, there is no universal solution for adaptation that could be implemented at the national level. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that efficient adaptation to climate change depends on a number of factors, not just from state policy, but also from the engagement in this process of other participants at the national, regional, and international levels, with the active participation of international organizations and donors. During COP, we will be working on establishing a global goal for adaptation, which must be simultaneously ambitious and achievable for our countries. The Republic of Belarus has joined the statement initiated by the WMO on early warning systems for implementing goals around the adaptation to climate change. We think that this is a fundamental measure. In Belarus, early warning systems about dangerous hydrometeorological phenomena is one of the priorities for National Hydrometeorological Service. The increased number of extreme weather phenomena and their heightened unpredictability negatively impact agriculture and food security. I must note that in addition to natural phenomena, we're also seeing artificial man-made measures, including restricted access to fertilizers and food products from Belarus on global markets. This is exacerbating the global food crisis. Belarus has committed to reducing GHG emissions by 35% by 2030 compared to the 1990 levels. This goal is ambitious because we are adopting these measures to achieve it using only our own resources and potential. In 2020, GHG emissions were reduced by 38.9%, and if we count the land use change and forestry sector, then we reduced them by 56.3%. As many speakers today noted, these current crises should not impede our fight against climate change. At the same time, the sanctions policies by the collective West, the USA, the EU, and their satellites not only negatively impact economic development, but also impede our international commitments in the climate area, which of course negatively impacts the achievement of our common climate goal. The Republic of Belarus recognizes and understands climate goal. The Republic of Belarus recognizes and understands environment facility to facilitate efforts made by our country in this area, which is enshrined in the COP CMP CMA documents.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The Philippines expresses its profound appreciation to the Arab Republic of Egypt for the arrangements, the organization, and the stewardship of this COP27. Each year of the Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC is a crucial opportunity for international efforts to address climate change. COP27 is another critical chance to convert our constructive discussions into concrete plan and ambitious commitment. The stark reality is we are not on track for the 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels goal due to challenges of meeting global emissions reduction targets by 2030. For our country, the Philippines, which ranks first in the 2022 World Risk Index, the existential challenge climate change poses is real and is a matter of equitable, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development. Climate change and its consequences have changed the demands on disaster risk reduction in terms of risk prevention, preparedness, and resilient recovery. These should now include investments in the plausible future and ways to continuously address residual impacts. Therefore, a predictable system of financial and technical support to address loss and damage from economic and non-economic losses from extreme climate events and slow onset events such as extreme heat and sea level rise, is now imperative. The IPCC's 6th assessment report reflected the advanced extremes. In Southeast Asia, there is high confidence in the human contribution to the observed change in hot extremes. There is still low confidence in the case of other extremes, such as heavy rainfall and drought. This highlights the need to address the knowledge gap and the need to increase investments in climate and risk science technical capacity building and the transfer of technology in the region. The global goal on adaptation should be operationalized. This will require financing of contextually driven adaptation and nature-based measures to accelerate equitable and locally led adaptation actions. These are pressing, separate, distinct but complementary needs to addressing loss and damage. Increased and efficient access to climate financing that supports property needs for adaptation, loss and damage, and mitigation in developing countries is therefore fundamental to achieving deep and far-reaching climate action at global, national, and local levels. Viable and effective green technology transfer and country-specific capacity building based on developing countries' needs and priorities should also be mobilized to trigger the transformative pathways for climate resilience. The Philippines further enjoins the COP27 to adopt emission avoidance as eligible mitigation action under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Emission avoidance in energy, transport, manufacturing, agriculture, human-induced deforestation, and other GHG-emitting development activities are risk management measures to minimize negative impact of global warming and climate change. The Philippines calls on all nations to engineer our desired outcomes in a way that we shape a climate-resilient future, a future that combines climate change adaptation and mitigation with resilience and sustainability pathways strongly rooted in equity. This is the legacy and vision for Filipino children and the children of the world. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Claudio Javier Rosenweib, Undersecretary of Foreign Policy of Argentina. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Shukran Reis.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Y felicita a Egipto por la organización.
Argentina would like to begin by thanking and congratulating Egypt on the very successful organization of this COP27. It has been far too long since the Global South was the host of one of the climate change COPs, and so it adds an extra note of satisfaction and pleasure that this year's iteration of the COP is taking place in a brother African country. We agree with our hosts on the importance of together for implementation, in other words, of putting means of implementation at the center of this COP. Since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015, the commitment and determination of countries to ramp up their action to tackle climate change has been abundantly clear. Developing countries, thanks to historical asymmetries, are confronted with greater difficulties when it comes to implementing the necessary means, tools and actions to combat climate change. The region of Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And these effects represent a real and present threat to the well-being of our people and act as a handbrake on the enjoyment of their full right to development. Only coordinated and integrated work, a holistic approach pursued at the global level, will ensure that the actions that we are pursuing to ensure economic, social and environmental development for our peoples will have the requisite impact and redound to their benefit fully. We feel ourselves compelled to reiterate, as we have done in the past, that developed countries, as those who bear historical responsibility for our as of 2020. We also call upon developed countries principles of equity, common but differentiated responsibility and respective capacities to be determined by national circumstances. There's also a pressing need to correct the current imbalance when it comes to financing for mitigation and adaptation, as well as to fulfill commitments made by developed countries that they will, at the very least, double the provision of climate financing available for adaptation by 2025, as measured against the benchmark of 2019 levels. We are currently confronted with one of the most urgent challenges of our common era: how to feed a growing global population in climate conditions that grow worse with each passing day. We are witnesses firsthand of how agricultural production is particularly vulnerable to the adverse impact and fallout of climate change, which has an impact on production and supply of foods and ultimately on food security. We cannot afford to shrug our shoulders when confronted with this particular vulnerability that hangs over the agricultural sector, given, in particular, the priority that we set ourselves as the international community of putting an end to hunger, which is also duly recognized in the provisions of the Paris Agreement as a common goal we all share. Faced with the current scenario of extreme volatility in food prices, Argentina, which is a major producer and exporter of safe and nutritious food, reiterates the importance of sustainable agricultural systems, given that agriculture is an integral part of the solution and not of the problem. Throughout the week, we have been hearing of and listening to accounts of extreme events that spare no corner of the planet and the measures that we as countries are taking to understand and prevent said phenomena. In the case of our own country, Argentina, we have improved our capacity in terms of early warning systems. Proof of same can be found in the recent presentation by a National Meteorological Service of a new early warning system that will serve as a tool to support public policy making in the field of prevention and handling of the productive sector and of the citizenship in general. I would also point to, as proof of our commitment to the fight against climate change, the fact that a few days ago we submitted our National Adaptation and Action Plan for 2030, a shining example of a joint endeavour bringing together the national government with the provisional and local government, civil society, indigenous communities, scientists, the world of academia and the private sector. Said plan will serve as the roadmap for fulfilling the NDC, an NDC that we updated in 2020 and 2021, and it will serve to increase the level of ambition for mitigation by some 28% when compared with the previous plan. And going forward will include priorities focused on adaptation. We also have presented our 2050 strategy for resilient and low-carbon development, in which our country is committed to reaching emissions neutrality by 2050, to redoubling efforts to reduce vulnerability when it comes to climate change, to increasing capacity for adaptation and resilience of our people, and to making sure that said adaptation and resilience capacity is also shared by productive capacity in our ecosystems. We will continue to champion the work and support the work of the IPCC. It would be remiss of me to fail to mention the important transformative role played by young people, who are the genuine drivers of increases in levels of ambition, and they also serve as the global conscience, raising awareness with regard to the gravity of the situation with which we are confronted and the urgent need for action. Argentina also wishes to take this opportunity to reaffirm its commitment to human rights and to the gender perspective, themes which must be mainstreamed across all climate policy and environmental action in general. I would like to conclude by thanking the government and the people of Egypt for having so warmly hosted us at this COP, and we hope that this COP will go down in history as the COP which saw implementation. We still have some days in hand, and we hope, as we say, that those days will be wisely used in order to ensure that at this COP we see genuine implementation be the fruit of our deliberations. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Karina Barrera, Undersecretary of Climate Change of Ecuador. Madam, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente.
President, it is an honor for the government of the Republic of Ecuador to join you here at this COP27. I would like to begin by thanking Egypt for its very warm welcome and indeed for its leadership when it came to the organization and convening of this, which is such a very important convention or COP meeting for all of our planet, a date with history. I'd like to refer to a statement made by Mr. Al Gore at the beginning of this COP, which I think is highly pertinent given the current state of play of the negotiations. He said that political determination is a renewable resource. It needs to be activated and updated on an ongoing basis in order to ensure that it serves as a vehicle for the change that we need so that future generations can also enjoy the world that we ourselves were able to enjoy and appreciate. In an unequal world where 10% of the richest in the world live a lifestyle which is responsible for the more than 50% of greenhouse gas emissions at the global level, and a world in which 50% of the poorest in the world are responsible for less than 10% of greenhouse gas emissions, what is abundantly clear is that we need determination and will to take the necessary decisions and also to live up to previous agreements, particularly previous agreements which enshrine the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and to ensure that CBTR is the hallmark of all our actions. Against that backdrop, Ecuador, the most mega-diverse country in the world in terms of the diversity per square kilometre, is responsible for a scant 0.19% of greenhouse gas emissions. Nonetheless, we have worked on concrete, ambitious actions to turn around climate change and global warming, which we will continue to pursue going forward, and some of which I will share with you now. We were the first country in the world to enshrine the rights of nature in our constitution as part of our integral vision of Summa Causai, well-being, which seeks to strike a balance between economic development and the needs of the natural world, knowing that natural resources are finite and can be exhausted. We also submitted our first nationally determined contribution plan, which enshrined a commitment to reduce by 29% by 2030 our greenhouse gas emissions. In said NDC, we also included adaptation actions, adaptation for climate change, which is a priority for a country which has a landscape made up of mountains, coasts, a rainforest, and islands, such as the Galapagos Islands. We are a country whose energy mix is dependent to some 80% on hydropower, which is highly susceptible to climate change. We are beginning to understand what the impact of climate change is and will be in Ecuador. We are taking the necessary time to put together the plans, programs and strategies at the national as well as regional and local level for implementation of the action we urgently need to tackle the impact of climate change. On the basis of the Glasgow Agreement, there is a need to at least double climate financing, not least for the preparation of the adaptation and mitigation plans that I pointed to previously, but also for their implementation. We need predictable sources of financing that needs to be made available in such a way that it does not lead to further indebtedness for developing countries. 78% of the climate financing that we received in Ecuador between 2016 and 2020 came in the form of debt or added to further debt, and only 12% of it has been actually used to finance actual mitigation adaptation actions. The rest, as I say, has been used to service debt or large share thereof. We need to speed up processes when it comes to access to climate financing, which hinder our ability to access that financing and to do so on a fair and actually useful basis. We worked very closely on the UNFCCC at the outset. We were one of the pioneers when it came to implementing mechanisms such as REDD+, which we proposed at the Bali COP in 2007. We thought that the steps that we were pursuing then would be enough in order to keep our forests and jungles thriving. We were also pioneers when it came to ensuring that our indigenous peoples and their knowledge was part of the action when it came to climate change. We were also one of the key partners in Warsaw when it came to putting together the Warsaw Implementation Mechanism for Loss and Damage and the need for financing same. But the doors when it comes to accessing financing for commitments that were made years ago are slamming shut in our faces. What are we going to do if we do not have our knowledge, if we do not have our forests, our jungles, our coastal landscapes, which were the sources of our ancestral knowledge? If we do not have the access to care for them and to use them properly, then we will continue to be developing countries. We will all become developing countries. We will all sink into the hellish carbon landscape. I would point in particular to the need to take into account climate justice, which is not being taken into account by those who preach carbon markets. When it comes to climate justice, we need a non-purely market-based approach. We need to mainstream the gender dimension as well. We also need to champion a holistic vision to reduce inequalities when it comes to pursuing a sustainable future and sustainable development. We have talked about historical responsibilities, and there can be no denying that these are true. We've also talked about climate justice. But we've also added to all of that the need to ensure that the political will and determination is in place to ensure that we have access to the financing that we need to turn around the loss and damage which is having such a dragging and anchoring effect on our countries and which is holding us back. The people of the world are harboring and penning great expectations in each and every one of those. We must step up to the plate and meet this date with destiny and meet their needs and aspirations. Thank you.
For your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Farrara Lastar, Minister Advisor of the President, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Nicaragua to the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency, Hermano Mohamed, you have the floor.
President, distinguished ministers, deputy ministers, heads of delegation, delegates, a very good evening to one and to all. The delegation that I head up has the honor of conveying to you all fraternal greetings from the President of the Republic of Nicaragua, Comandante Daniel Ortega Saavedra, and of our Vice President, Rosario Murillo Zambrana. A greeting that is addressed to all the peoples and governments represented at this COP. We wish particularly to convey our thanks and gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Abdul Al-Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and to the government and people of Egypt for their hospitality and for the laudable organization of this landmark event. Climate change is a source of great concern to the world as a whole. That indeed is why we're gathered here in Sharm el-Sheikh. What must not be lost sight of is the responsibility of developed countries who generate emissions of around 50 billion tons of carbon dioxide and whose actions lie behind the increase in concentrations of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere at some 420 parts per million. Their activities also are responsible for the temperature anomalies or swings of some 1.1 degrees Celsius that we are currently witnessing. Nicaragua is one of the countries with the highest rate of hydrometeorological phenomena in the world. Climate events that bring in their wake great economic loss beyond our financial capacity to bear. We simply cannot afford to repair the subsequent damage to our economy. Loss and damage such as that unleashed less than a month ago by the passage of Hurricane Julia, which made landfall in Nicaragua in October 2022, and which wrought economic damage in the amount of some $367 million. This has a domino effect, reducing the productive capacity and output in the agricultural sector and undermining the ecological safety net role that our forests and jungles play, and leading, of course, to increasing poverty. President, in order to tackle head-on and reverse the effect of climate change, it is essential that developed countries reduce their emissions by 50% by 2030. This cannot be put off any longer. This needs to go hand in hand with financial mobilization of at least $100 billion on an annual basis. Developed countries must also agree to place loss and damage on an equal footing with adaptation and mitigation. We also urgently appeal for climate justice that needs to be twinned with the requisite policy of reparations, steps that must be taken at this COP27. All such actions need to be based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capacities. President, ladies and gentlemen, Nicaragua is firmly persuaded that at this COP27, the requisite respect, understanding, and solidarity will prevail. This without discrimination. And if they do, this will augur well for a better world for current and future generations, and above all, it will bode well for our Mother Earth. Thank you very much, and a good evening to you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Stefan Hassler. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, okay. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Barbara Kovacs, Head of the Department of International Climate Policy of Hungary. Madam, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. My country, Hungary, is a small landlocked country in the heart of Europe. We are contributing less than 0.1% to global emissions. However, we can feel the adverse effects of climate change on our skins. Droughts, floods, and extreme weather events hit us more and more frequently. And our temperature rise is even higher than the global average. Nevertheless, instead of despair, we went for the can-do approach in all fields of climate change. In the field of mitigation, we have set strong, strategic, legally binding targets, achieving climate neutrality by 2050, both on EU and national level, and a 55% emission reduction by 2030 on EU level, together with other EU member states. Excellencies, we believe that the establishment of an ambitious mitigation work program throughout this critical decade is a must for the international community. In the field of adaptation, the majority of our climate-related challenges in Hungary are water challenges. Therefore, we put a special emphasis on the water and climate nexus. I'm happy to say here as well that we've joined several water-related initiatives of the Egyptian COP27 presidency. Adaptation is a key pillar in our climate change strategies and our action plans. We support the aim of establishing an ambitious global goal of adaptation here and afterwards. Apart from mitigation and adaptation, we find it important to make finance flows consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And this is not just about finance, it's a matter of investment choices. And Hungary has chosen the green pathway by investing in renewables, energy efficiency, green mobility, just transition in our last core region, and climate financing support to the Western Balkan countries. However, separate national actions solely are just not enough. We have to deal with Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement in its whole complexity, internationally, here within the UNFCCC process. In line with the previous request of the European Union and its member states, we kindly ask future COP presidencies to consider the inclusion of this topic in their agendas. Distinguished delegates, we may be just a small country in the heart of Europe, but you can be sure that our hearts are green, even the smallest children's. What I'm holding in my hand are some postcards. Some of those 2,500 postcards that Hungarian school children have drawn for us. For us, climate negotiators ahead of COP27, describing the green, sustainable planet they wish to live at. Let's see briefly some of their messages. Cleaner planet. Less waste, zero waste. More renewables and less fossil fuels. more eco-programs for the youth. You see, young fellows throughout my whole country have brought your message to the United Nations. And I believe you that I will not leave Sharm el-Sheikh without fighting for your dreams. Excellencies, I suggest us to do the same. The message of the future generations is clear. Let's choose, my friends, the path of sustainability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Stefan Hassler, Director, Office of Environment of the Principality of Liechtenstein. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for their huge efforts to welcome all of us in Sharm el-Sheikh. My gratitude also goes to the UNFCCC. This year, COP is taking place in an extremely challenging international environment marked by conflicts and crises, including for climate policy. Liechtenstein deems it of utmost importance to ensure that international processes remain operational and that multilateralism retains its core function in addressing these challenges. Let me continue by emphasizing that we need a concrete and positive outcome of the COP27. Failing is not an option, it's a matter of survival. Liechtenstein's focus is therefore on keeping the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 alive. Liechtenstein aims to be climate neutral by 2050 and urges all states to join in on working towards ambitious targets and eventually stop using fossil fuels. We expect from this COP27 the announcement and further implementation of various mitigation-related initiatives, and we urge all parties to phasing out of coal power. Liechtenstein is a vivid example that the decoupling of economic growth and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions is possible. Extreme weather events painfully demonstrate the adverse impact of global warming. We feel for those who have lost family and friends, those who had to flee their homes because of climate-induced famine, those that lost their lives in the floods. However, empathy does not suffice. We must show solidarity, also in financial terms. Liechtenstein contributes around 10% of its annual international humanitarian cooperation and development aid to climate finance, focusing both on mitigation actions and adaptation to climate change. This constitutes around $70 per capita in voluntary climate finance. You may think it's a drop in the ocean, but many drops make an ocean. Every contribution counts. Liechtenstein, therefore, is a strong advocate for broadening the donor base of international climate finance. We must mobilize every citizen, every company, every foundation, every elderly and youth to support the climate cause. It takes all of us. We want to be conveners and catalysts. We want to connect science with policy and engineering. We must listen to science and the IPCC in particular. Listen to the youth, listen to women and girls, and act upon their requests. They galvanized the climate change debate in an unprecedented way. The zeitgeist for change is becoming more and more tangible, and this is the case in many parts of the world. Let's get off of the highway to climate hell, as per the plea of the Secretary General. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Hy Bernard Remaris, Director of Communication of the Ministry of Environment of Haiti. Sir, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to ensure that the voice of Haiti is heard at this 27th Conference of the Parties on Climate Change. I'm speaking on behalf of the Minister for the Environment, His Excellency James Cadet, who is unable to attend due to his obligations and political concerns. First of all, allow me to thank, on behalf of Minister Cadet, the Egyptian government for their hospitality. We would particularly like to extend our gratitude to His Excellency Sameh Shoukry, Egyptian Minister for Foreign Affairs, for his leadership and the presidency of this 27th COP. On behalf of the Minister of the Environment of Haiti, I extend to you the greetings of the government, especially those of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, Dr. Ariel Henry. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Haiti, just like many small island states, developing states, and LDCs, is extremely exposed to climate risks of all kinds. The increase in the number and intensity of extreme climate events leads to considerable damage for the country's economy, impacts the population's way of life, and leads to extreme poverty. In 2020, the losses caused by climate catastrophes in Haiti reached almost $400 million American dollars, representing approximately 50% of international aid and 20% of the state budget. Over half of the population suffers from food insecurity. I will spare you the information on the political situation, although the link between politics and the vulnerability of people exacerbated by climate change can no longer be denied. In this context of a multifaceted and multi-risk climate crisis, the capacity of our institutions to propose adequate adaptation measures is more important than ever. We are convinced that this 27th COP, the COP of implementation, will lay the necessary foundation for more funding for adaptation, especially for the most vulnerable countries, as well as for the respect of the 2009 financial commitments, coherent and achievable global adaptation targets, as well as a financing mechanism to address climate change-related losses and damages. In the name of solidarity, the name of the principle of common but differentiated responsibility, in the name of climate justice, there is an urgent need to adopt specific measures to send a strong signal to the populations the world around that we have come here to Sharm el-Sheikh to find solutions that are equal to the climate emergency, as it was expressed in the 6th IPCC report. The time for good intentions is over. The countries that have been the most affected, such as Haiti, can wait no longer. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the entire world is watching us and waiting for specific decisions. At the end of this conference, we all have a duty to leave a better world to future generations, to develop an environmental conscience, to support countries that have been the most impacted in order to efficiently combat climate change. We also have an obligation and responsibility to prioritize and to strengthen the global climate fabric through genuine joint actions through active and direct involvement of all peoples, all nations, and all countries. To this end, I urge you to prioritize inclusion. Il y a un conflit climatique mondial, as we say in Haiti, to prioritize broad participation of all countries, in particular the Republic of China, Taiwan, which continues to impress the world with its environmental commitments in many countries, including in Haiti. This COP27, the COP of implementation, calls on us to deliver on the promises of the Paris Agreement on the climate, to keep global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. We are confident that we have all understood the urgent need to stop talking and start acting. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your statement. On behalf of the conference, I would like to thank you all for your statements. Distinguished delegates, we have now concluded the delivery of the national statement. I will now give the floor to China for a right of reply. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished President of the COP, China has noted a handful of countries have, during this session, ignored the fact that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China and made noises to get the Taiwan regime to participate in the COP. This is not acceptable. There is only one China in the world, and Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. The government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legitimate government representing the whole of China. The One China principle has long been the consensus of the international community and a commonly recognized norm of international relations. In 1971, GA28-6 adopted Resolution 2758, which resolved completely the representation of the whole China, including Taiwan, in the United Nations politically, legally, and procedurally. Across the UN system and the specialized agencies, any and every matter relating to Taiwan must be dealt in line with the One China principle and the Resolution 2758. Parties of the UNFCCC should be member states of the UN and the integrated bodies made up of sovereign states. The Chinese government encourages local authorities, the private sector, and social groups to make their contribution in addressing climate change and has made efforts and arrangements to this end. In fact, the Taiwan region can perfectly do its part in addressing climate change via the existing arrangements, the claim of being excluded cannot stand at all. The Sharm el-Sheikh COP has a very heavy task and a very tight schedule. It is hoped countries concerned adopt a clear understanding of the general situation and abide strictly by the One China principle and make joint efforts to ensure the COP achieve positive outcome. China requests this statement to be entered in the official record of the COP. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, China. Delegate, we will continue with the delivery of a statement by EGO and NGOs tomorrow at 10 hours in this plenary.